Chapter 199, Fight Alongside. Chapter 199, Fight Alongside. Su Zimo looked at the Alpha on the green rock and endured the pain from his organs. He racked his brains, thinking about all possible methods of escaping. There was a very small possibility. First off, the Alpha was too strong. It crushed and devastated Su Zimo entirely. This was an existence he had no chance of resisting against. Secondly, the Alpha was too fast. Without the help of his spirit perception, Su Zimo would have already died earlier on. The only shot at life that Su Zimo had was on his blood-bone palm. Till now, Su Zimo did not know what that blood-bone palm was. However, he knew that it was indestructible and possessed terrifying power. If it could strike the Alpha, there was a high chance it could deal serious damage. Roar! The surrounding 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves bared their fangs and lowered their heads, howling with shimmering, murderous glints. Ooh, ooh. The howl of wolves that lined the entire mountains was terrifying and shocked countless birds. Su Zimo took a deep breath and faked a relaxed smile. Damn monkey, it's back to 2 years ago when we fought alongside one another. Ow! Ow! Even though it was in the midst of wolves and could lose its life at any moment, the spirit monkey did not show any fear. Instead, it was filled with excitement and joy. The joy came from being reunited with Su Zimo. Sensing the emotions of the spirit monkey, Su Zimo could not help but laugh. 2 years ago, we didn't dare to fight these beasts head-on. Today's a rare opportunity. Let's kill to our heart's content. Damn monkey, show me how much you've grown over the past 2 years. Roar! The spirit monkey roared when it heard that. Its bloodline raced rapidly, causing its flesh to swell and its body to expand. Raising its rod, charged into the wolf pack first. That rod was filled with immense power and might. Even though the opposing wolf was also at Foundation Establishment realm, a trace of fear flickered through its eyes and it dodged to the side, not daring to fight it head-on. Poof! The wolves at the back were not so lucky. After the spirit monkey swept across with its rod, many wolves had their brains splattered to the ground and died on the spot. Whoosh! Su Zimo channeled his blood and his body gushed with a terrifying sound of tsunami. Streaks of blue lightning appeared on his skin and crackled wildly with a blinding light. Snap! Swinging his arms backwards, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm exploded in the pack of wolves, radiating with electric sparks and green smoke billowed. Under that terrifying power of lightning, the spirit beast wolves were all electrocuted to death on the spot. 2 Foundation Establishment wolves shivered pathetically as their furs curled from the electric shock. Swoosh! 2 other Foundation Establishment wolves pounced over from the side, their sharp claws flashing with cold light as they revealed sharp fangs and gnawed toward Su Zimo's neck. If Su Zimo was bitten, he would not be able to endure it even with his powerful body. You must be courting death. His eyes lit up brightly as he hollered, swinging his left arm to form a huge arc in the air. Using his fist like a stamp, he pummeled down suddenly. Bang! The large stamp slammed heavily on the wolf's head and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Without a single sound, the Foundation Establishment wolf fell from midair. On the surface, it looked intact without any injuries. However, the inside of its head was splattered by that tremendous force. At the same time, Su Zimo flipped his right hand and opened his palm, striking the chest of the other wolf with an attack that could split mountains. Howl! The wolf let out a sad cry and its body fell towards Su Zimo. Bang! Instantly, that Foundation Establishment wolf was sent flying with its bones completely broken. It was already dead before it fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had killed 2 Foundation Establishment wolves. His aura increased tremendously, letting out a chilling killing intent as the air emanated with a murderous aura. The spirit monkey swung its rod widely with such vigor that even water might not be able to penetrate it. Piak! 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 The spirit monkey's gaze was fierce. With its height, long limbs and tremendous strength, any wolves that were struck by its long rod would be severely injured if not dead. Behind the spirit monkey, Su Zimo's expression was calm. Despite the circumstances, his eyes were cool and did not show signs of fear. 6 inferior-grade flying swords were destroyed by a single slap of the Golden Core Alpha. Su Zimo's Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal Bow were dropped inside the inheritance ground of the Fiend sects and he could not get them out in time. Right now, he could only rely on his bare hands to fight against the wolves. Even so, Su Zimo's physical strength was not something that the wolves would definitely be able to defend against. Bang! 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 His casual punches and kicks possessed thunderous force, causing the air to explode. Many wolves pounced on Su Zimo in a dense pack. Even as he was about to be drowned, all it took was a slight pause before those wolves were sent flying to the ground, mostly dead. In the blink of an eye, corpses of the wolves were piled at the feet of the man and monkey. The massacre continued. Of the 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves, only 9 were left. Those wolves were highly intelligent and noticed that their strength might not be enough to be a threat for the man and monkey. As such, they prowled around the borders, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wolves were extremely patient. They knew that be it the spirit monkey or human, the time would come when their strength would be exhausted. Once the man and monkey were weakened and mentally exhausted, their defenses would definitely reveal openings. That would be the best moment for a lethal attack. However, those 9 wolves were disappointed as time passed by. The spirit monkey revealed clear signs of exhaustion as its speed and strength were far inferior to before. However, the openings revealed by that spirit monkey were all compensated by the horrifying strength of that human. That human seemed to possess an endless amount of strength. Despite being engaged in battle, his eyes remained clear and bright. They sparkled with fighting spirit and killing intent. Not only that, the more he fought, the stronger he seemed. This human's body and physique was even stronger than theirs. This human was more like a true spirit demon. The wolves would never know that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was incomparably strong to begin with. Furthermore, Su Zimo had even cultivated the Void Thunder Manual, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and many other secret skills to reach the realm of having his blood echo with the sounds of tsunamis and thunder. His physique was even more astonishing and those wolves were no match for him at all. Even though they were demons as well, wolves had too ordinary of a bloodline. The reason why they were able to reign over the Tsang Lang mountain range was due to their sheer numbers and intelligence. If not for the Golden Core Alpha that was watching from the side, Su Zimo would have long fled with the spirit monkey. Although there were many wolves, they were nothing but mere chickens against Su Zimo that could not withstand a single blow. Roar! Right then, the Alpha sat up from the green rock and let out a deafening roar. It could no longer sit still. It had initially thought that its wolves would be able to kill the man and monkey with ease given the fact that Su Zimo was severely injured, that would provide an opportunity for him to raise the fighting strength of its wolf pack. But as time went by, the Alpha started to realize that something was amiss. If this were to continue, its wolves would suffer heavy casualties. The Alpha decided to take action personally and bite that man and monkey to death decisively. Pust. 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 Sensing the Alpha's motions, Su Zimo slowly breathed in. A huge stream of air tore through his throat and let out a strange sound. Blood oozed out slowly as the skin around his throat was cut by the air current. Su Zimo knew that the clash between him and the Alpha would determine whether or not they would survive. Chapter 200, Terrifying Strength. Chapter 200, Terrifying Strength. Anaconda Eclipse. It was a secret skill of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Su Zimo's chest heaved up and down at a speed visible to the naked eye in a terrifying manner. A scene seemed to have flashed across the eyes of many wolves. An anaconda coiled around his body, rearing its head and devouring the moon. Its belly was full and it had 2 horns, seeming as though it wanted to soar into the skies and transform into a dragon. A look of mockery flashed in the Alpha's eyes. No matter what the human in front of him did, it was useless. The difference between them was too great. Anyone with a core would crush a Foundation establishment cultivator without any single doubt. Ever since the primordial era, countless monstrous geniuses have appeared over the years. However, there were only a handful who could kill living beings with a core when they were at Foundation establishment realm. All of those were terrifying beings that surpassed their contemporaries and left a name for themselves through the ages. The Alpha did not believe that the puny human before it possessed that capability. Swoosh! With a single leap, the Alpha brought with it a murderous gust. It was too fast. It had completely surpassed Su Zimo's perception ability. Su Zimo closed his eyes subconsciously, using his keen spirit perception to determine where the danger was and predict the approximate location of the Alpha. The middle finger and thumb of his left hand touched to form a hand seal as an image of fiend suppression appeared in his mind. Pressing forward, he shouted at the same time, "Kill!" The Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill coupled with the fiend suppression seal exploded at the same instant. In the process of fighting against the wolves, Su Zimo had never used those 3 trump cards nor did he waste any of his spirit energy, it was all for this moment. The purpose of throwing these trump cards out was to confuse and stop the Alpha momentarily. Even if it was just for a moment. Su Zimo's real killing move was on his right hand. Swash! Clenching his right hand like a dagger, Su Zimo thrust forth 4 trump cards at the same time. The first ones to strike were the Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill. A deafening roar instantly produced a power of thunder that threatened to shatter the stars and the world. The surrounding wolves revealed a hint of pain as they retreated subconsciously. However, the Alpha who was facing the Thunderclap Kill head-on did not pause at all. Suddenly, a crimson airstream burst forth from the Alpha's chest and shrouded around its body. Accompanied by the sound of bloodline channeling, the Alpha's aura intensified by another layer. The might of one with a formed core descended suddenly, filling the air with a demonic chi that could capture one's soul. The Alpha reached out with both claws and swiped forward, smashing the golden hand seal that was descending from midair with ease. It did not stop its momentum and continued to gnaw toward Su Zimo's neck with a feral expression. Right then, Su Zimo's right hand cut in. The same time the Alpha bit Su Zimo on the neck, his right hand stabbed the Alpha. Even though it looked like a simple counterattack, for some reason, the Alpha sensed a dangerous aura. If it was any other spirit demon, it might not have chosen to dodge and would definitely have bitten Su Zimo's throat first. However, the Alpha was wary and cunning. It would definitely not take the risk. Against Su Zimo's incoming right hand, the Alpha suddenly stopped in its tracks. It swiped its claws forward against Su Zimo's chest, creating a distance between them as it leaped back. Bang! Su Zimo felt as if he was struck by lightning as his body flew back uncontrollably, his face pale. The attack missed. The Alpha was too fast and wary. Not only did it manage to dodge Su Zimo's right hand, it even took the opportunity to injure him severely. That swipe was intended to rip Su Zimo's stomach open, but it was blocked by the mystic gold silk armor. Being a broken connate spirit weapon after all, even though the mystic gold silk armor was able to fend off the sharpness of the Alpha's claws, it could not withstand the power that attack contained. That light swipe that did not require the Alpha's full strength had already managed to break several bones in Su Zimo's chest. Even his internal organs were shaken violently and showed signs of tearing. Su Zimo coughed out blood and looked at the Alpha who was closing in on him, sighing internally. There's no more chance left. He failed to succeed even when the Alpha was caught off guard. Now that Su Zimo was seriously injured and had already lost his fighting strength, there was no way he could kill the Alpha. If I manage to master the organ's refinement section, my overall strength will increase greatly. Be it in terms of power or reaction time, everything will be swifter and I might have been able to kill it with my previous method. However, what a pity. It wasn't because the plan could not work, it was because the difference in strength between them was too great. The strength of a spirit demon with a core was far beyond Su Zimo's expectations. On the other end, the spirit monkey was covered in wounds. Falling to the ground, it tossed its rod aside and panted, clearly exhausted. The Alpha walked slowly towards the man and monkey, as if it was the king of the world. It looked at Su Zimo's right hand with scrutiny, doubt and curiosity. Just what was it that could cause it to feel fear? Was it an illusion? The Alpha decided to check out what was that human's right hand after biting him to death. Ooh, ooh. The surrounding wolves howled excitedly, awaiting the final kill. Striding over, the Alpha leaned its head in front of Su Zimo. Its nose and mouth let out a nauseating stench as sticky drool dripped onto Su Zimo's body. With no strength left to resist, Su Zimo merely glared at the Alpha coldly. Its face was filled with disdain as it opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Right as it was about to chomp down, its expression changed drastically, turning the ferocity in its eyes into shock. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelmingly domineering force ripple out from the cave behind him before suddenly bursting forth. For that brief moment, Su Zimo had an illusion. The entire world seemed to stop. The world was filled with a murderous aura and the atmosphere was stifling. There was complete silence and one could hear even a pin drop. It was as if all living beings were choked by an invisible force, unable to make a sound. That energy fluctuation was extremely foreign and Su Zimo had not come across anything like this. While it didn't seem like a spirit art, it was extremely terrifying. Poof! There was a crisp sound. Right in front of everyone, the Alpha's head, which was a mere inches away from Su Zimo, suddenly exploded as though some force had collided on it. A bloody mist filled the air and splattered all over Su Zimo. Su Zimo's entire body stiffened as he looked at everything in disbelief, almost unable to smell that gooey blood that covered his body with a nauseating smell. Even the spirit monkey was scared out of its wits and froze on the spot. The Alpha was a powerful golden core that crushed Su Zimo completely. Yet, it died without any chance to resist against that powerful energy fluctuation. How tough was the head of a golden core Alpha? Even if Su Zimo used the cold moon saber and cleaved with all his might, he would not be able to leave a scratch on it. But now, a head so tough had exploded right in front of Su Zimo. If he had not seen it himself, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine it. This scene dealt a huge blow to him. Su Zimo only snapped out of his stupor and let out a long breath when the headless corpse of the Alpha fell onto his body. After a momentary silence, the thousands of wolves remaining whimpered and hung their tails low, fleeing into the distance without turning back. In the blink of an eye, they were completely gone, leaving nothing but a pile of wolf corpses and bloodstains. Chapter 201, 5,000 Years. Chapter 201, 5,000 Years. Su Zimo turned back to look at the pitch-black cave behind him with a rattled expression. After freezing momentarily, he turned to look at the spirit monkey subconsciously. After all, he had not been back for 2 years, the spirit monkey should know best as to what was inside the cave. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkey shook its head in confusion upon meeting with Su Zimo's eyes. Under, cold lake, enter, cave. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard an unfamiliar voice. It was extremely weak and intermittent. The voice appeared abruptly, as if it echoed out in Su Zimo's mind. Was there someone within the cave? Was he under the cold lake? Was this some sort of trick? Su Zimo composed himself and looked at the spirit monkey. It did not realize anything was amiss. This meant that Su Zimo was the only one who heard that voice. Su Zimo had no idea what the other party's identity and motives were. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. However, on second thought, he would have died in the hands of the Alpha if not for this person. The worst-case scenario would be to just die once more. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not tell the spirit monkey about this. If the spirit monkey did not hear the voice of the mystery man, there was only a single possibility: the latter did not want the spirit monkey to know about it. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not know what dangers lurked beneath the cold lake and he did not want the spirit monkey to take the risk. "Monkey, wait for me here. I'll go take a look inside." Su Zimo endured the immense pain and struggled to stand up. "Ow, ow." The spirit monkey shouted a few times, supporting Su Zimo with one hand and gesturing with the other, implying that it wanted to go in together. "Wait for me outside. I'll be right back, don't worry," Su Zimo said again and slowly walked towards the cave. Once inside, Su Zimo frowned as a pungent and familiar aura lunged at him. It was that damn monkey's shit. There were not many changes within the cave. Su Zimo looked around and walked straight to the cold lake. A white fog covered the surface of the water with a cold and chilling intent. Without hesitation, Su Zimo took a deep breath and jumped in. Because he was wearing the mystic gold silk armor, Su Zimo sank extremely quickly. 2 years ago, he had just cultivated the tendon's transformation section. By the time he was halfway through, his blood was already showing signs of freezing up. Now, as he sank down, Su Zimo's blood churned furiously like a tsunami filled with life. It was endlessly fighting against the cold. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's feet touched ground and he arrived at the bottom of the cold lake. In front of him, there was a huge rock and he could clearly see the 4 words on it. Extreme Fire Dao Residence. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he choked on a mouthful of cold water. His abdomen moved and in an instant, a chill exploded, causing his body to shudder slightly. The words, Dao Residence, were not something just anybody could use. Golden cores were perfected beings, nascent souls were perfected lords. Void reversion came above nascent soul and only those cultivators could be referred to as Dao beings. There was a high chance the owner of this Dao residence was a void reversion Dao being. Void reversion Dao being. Su Zimo was too far away from that. It was said that even Ethereal Peak Sect Master was merely at nascent soul realm and had not reached void reversion. Su Zimo calmed himself and took a few steps forward to get closer. Beneath the huge rock was a stone door. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo pushed the stone door with both hands. Crack! 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 2 doors opened from the middle and an ancient rotting aura surged in. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo entered the Dao residence. The water of the cold lake seemed to be blocked outside by an invisible as the doors slowly closed. Upon entering the Dao residence, Su Zimo's mouth opened agape as he stood rooted to the ground. Unexpectedly, the Dao residence was surprisingly cramped and could be seen in its entirety with a single glance. It was even smaller than Su Zimo's cave abode back in Ethereal Peak. The Dao residence did not have much decorations. Opposite Su Zimo, there was a stone bed and a man in scarlet robes with a large tripod emblem on its sleeves laid there. Su Zimo had never seen that emblem before. The man revealed a side profile and looked no older than a middle-aged man. However, his face was black with a sinister tinge of green. Laying flat on the stone bed along with that greenish-black complexion, the man looked horrifying, like a corpse that had been placed there for many years. "You don't have to be afraid. I don't have much life left, I won't hurt you." Even though the scarlet-robed man's lips did not move, the voice from earlier rang in Su Zimo's mind. I'm using my spirit consciousness to communicate with you. The death of the Alpha earlier on was also through my spirit consciousness. Spirit consciousness. It was said that once a golden core entered the nascent soul realm, they would be able to unlock a sea of wisdom and possess spirit consciousness. Spirit consciousness was another form of energy that was far more terrifying than one's vision. It could probe everywhere, detecting the most secluded corners. In the face of spirit consciousness, the golden core Alpha was akin to a small ant and was destroyed in an instant. Su Zimo asked, "Senior, how may I address you?" Extreme Fire. Tao Lord. Even though the voice of the spirit consciousness was extremely weak, it boomed in Su Zimo's mind like a thunderbolt. Tao Lord. In the cultivation world, there were corresponding titles for every cultivation realm. It was a symbol of one's identity, status and strength and must not be used without reason. Su Zimo merely knew that Tao beings were at the void reversion realm. However, he had never heard of what realms Tao lords were at. Logically speaking, the realm of a Tao lord should be even above void reversion. Thank you for saving me, Senior Extreme Fire. May I know how I can help you? Su Zimo asked after a long silence. At that moment, he was uncertain as well. If it was as Tao Lord Extreme Fire had mentioned that he did not have much life left, what help could a Foundation establishment cultivator like Su Zimo provide? 5,000 years ago, I broke into a ruin. In a moment of carelessness, I was injured by the beings within and poisoned deeply. I then shattered a major transference talisman to escape death and was teleported here. The Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice was intermittent, but Su Zimo was completely dumbfounded. 5,000 years ago. The lifespan of the Golden Core was at most 500 years. However, the middle-aged man in front of him was from 5,000 years ago and he was still alive. What was even more frightening was that there were beings in that unknown ruin that could injure Tao Lord Extreme Fire. What sort of a poison was it such that even a Tao Lord could not withstand it? As for the major transference talisman, Su Zimo had never even heard of it before. I opened up this place, but the poison has already infiltrated my entire body and I'm unable to leave. If my essence spirit is sent forth, it will be tainted with the poison as well and will not last more than an hour. I had no choice but to use my spirit consciousness to resist the poison's corrosion. 5,000 years. I can't hold on for much longer. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice was filled with some regret, indignance and even a hint of relief. Su Zimo looked at Tao Lord Extreme Fire with shock in his eyes as a storm brewed in his heart. In this cramped Tao residence without daylight and almost devoid of freedom, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had resisted the poison in his body for an entire 5,000 years all alone. How powerful was his determination to be able to do that? Chapter 202, Candlelight Sword Formation. Chapter 202, Candlelight Sword Formation. If one were to say that Tao Lord Extreme Fire was too powerful, the poison in his body would be even more terrifying. That was because despite 5,000 years, Tao Lord Extreme Fire still lost. If one were to say that the poison in Tao Lord Extreme Fire's body was terrifying, the ruin that he entered would be enough to have one shudder at the mere thought of it. 2 years ago, I saw you. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, however, you were not a cultivator at that time. I never expected that you would already be a Foundation establishment cultivator after 2 years. Someone changed your destiny for you. Such means are truly admirable. Su Zimo remained silent. If not for Daiyu, he would not be able to get to where he was today. Even though Extreme Fire Daiyu was powerful, he was impressed by Daiyu as well. My treasures are all within my storage bag. Without a spirit consciousness, you won't be able to open it. Furthermore, your cultivation is too low for you to make use of them. You can keep my storage bag. Open it when you reach Void Reversion Realm one day. Su Zimo finally realized that Tao Lord Extreme Fire had summoned him to lay down his final wishes. I brought this white stone out of the ruins, but I'm unable to keep it in the storage bag. I don't know what use it has as well. You can have it too. Beside Tao Lord Extreme Fire's pillow was his storage bag and a milky white stone the size of a goose egg. The surface of the stone was smooth and sparkling. Su Zimo stared at the stone and felt as if his gaze was being pulled in. Subconsciously, he lifted the stone. The moment Su Zimo's finger made contact with the stone, it suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had gone into his body through his palm. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his head and he almost fainted from how unbearable it was. He had not realized that at that moment, his right eye had turned white. Pure white. His entire eye was white completely. It was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's right eye returned to normal as the pain gradually weakened. At the same time, a secret skill appeared in Su Zimo's mind. To be precise, it was a sword formation, Candlelight sword formation. Su Zimo merely skimmed through the sword formation briefly and could not help but be speechless. Even though he hadn't cultivated and understood it, Su Zimo guessed that the power of the Candlelight sword formation was enough to crush the hexagonal sword formation completely. There were 9 grades to the Candlelight sword formation. A grade 1 Candlelight sword formation would already require 9 flying swords. For a grade 2 Candlelight sword formation, 18 flying swords would be required following that logic. If he were to cultivate to grade 9 of the Candlelight sword formation, he would require 81 flying swords to activate the formation. Su Zimo put the Candlelight sword formation out of his mind for the time being and lowered his head to check his body. The stone from earlier on had disappeared and Su Zimo had an illusion that it entered his body. However, he found nothing after searching for it. There's also a demon beast egg under the bed. I brought that out of the ruins too. Take it with you and nurture it well. Who knows, it might become an extraordinary spirit beast. Su Zimo took 2 steps back and looked under the bed where there was an oval egg roughly the size of a fist. Unless one were to pay attention, it was easy to mistake it for an ordinary stone. But now that Su Zimo was focusing his gaze, he was shocked to discover that there were complicated and mysterious runic patterns densely etched on the surface of the demon beast egg. He did not touch the demon beast egg. The things from that ruin were all a little strange. Su Zimo was worried that the egg would also enter his body if he touched it. You're a sword formation master, right? Suddenly, Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked, his voice even weaker than it had been at the beginning. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. He had summoned the hexagonal sword formation earlier on when he was fighting with the wolf pack outside. Tao Lord Extreme Fire must have seen it. I don't understand anything about sword formations. However, I know that flying swords are the most important to sword formation masters. They require many of similar weight and quality. It would be best if they were identical. Su Zimo nodded. That's right. I'm also a weapon refinement master, so the flying swords I use are all refined by myself. Oh. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice suddenly revealed a hint of joy. What grade of spirit weapons can you refine? I can only refine inferior grade spirit weapons, Su Zimo answered honestly. Tao Lord Extreme Fire continued, actually, I'm from one of the 4 dissident groups. 100 Refinement Sect. Of the weapon refinement techniques in Tianhuang mainland, 100 Refinement Sect reigns supreme. It's a pity that you're not a disciple of my sect and I can't impart many of the weapon refinement secret skills of the sect. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He had unintentionally heard Demoness Ji mention that of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, there were the 4 dissident groups. Their standing was equal to the 7 fiend sections. However, Tao Lord Extreme Fire added, I can refine a weapon in front of you. Take a good look at the entire process. How much of it you can comprehend will be up to your own talents. Of the weapon refinement techniques, 100 Refinement sect reigned supreme. Those words were enough to prove how powerful 100 Refinement sect was in terms of weapon refinement. Furthermore, this was a Dao Lord of 100 Refinement sect. Read more chapter on VIP novel. It was a rare opportunity. A figure suddenly flew out from Dao Lord Extreme Fire's glabella. He was also dressed in a scarlet Dao robe, almost identical to Dao Lord Extreme Fire in terms of appearance, albeit a miniature version. "This is my essence spirit, it's about to dissipate." After Dao Lord Extreme Fire said that, his essence spirit waved its hand gently and a gigantic tripod alongside many materials flew out from the storage bag at the front of the bed. Swoosh! A fiery flame rose beneath the tripod. Warming, material selection, smelting, forging. The steps were roughly similar. However, the various details and techniques displayed in the weapon refinement process was completely superior. In Su Zimo's eyes, Dao Lord Extreme Fire's weapon refinement process was smooth and fluid like water. It was as though he was not refining a spirit weapon, but an unparalleled treasure. Even though Su Zimo was already an elementary weapon refinement master. At this moment, he realized that compared to the real experts, his weapon refinement skills were akin to trash. After forging was tempering. This was Su Zimo's weakest step. He opened his eyes widely, watching the methods of Dao Lord Extreme Fire. Dao Lord Extreme Fire controlled all 10 fingers with an incomparable agility and nimbleness, moving along the body of the sword and tapping it bit by bit. The moment his fingertip landed, an exquisite little hammer seemed to condense on his fingertip. Cling! Clang! 10 fingers struck the sword with a rhythmic pattern, giving off a pleasant and crisp sound. The intervals between the sounds were exactly the same. This is one of 100 Refinement sect's secret skill. 1000-tempered finger. Dao Lord Extreme Fire's voice rang out, "I won't be able to explain the secret behind the skill. You've got to take a closer look, think deeper and practice more to obtain your own insights." Before long, the tempering process was over and spirit gathering began. Buzz! Almost instantly, the first spirit pattern was condensed on the sword. Su Zimo was dumbstruck. The speed of that spirit gathering was way too fast. This is another one of our sect's secret skill, 100 Refinement spirit gathering method. You won't be able to comprehend it through mere observation because it requires a mantra and a mental cultivation technique. Before he finished his sentence, a second spirit pattern was formed. Immediately following that, a third. A fourth. Chapter 203, Demon Beast Inner Core. Chapter 203, Demon Beast Inner Core. In just a few seconds, 4 spirit patterns had condensed on that flying sword. That was a supreme grade spirit weapon. One more step and it would be perfect. Spirit gathering was the most difficult step of weapon refinement. However, Extreme Fire Dao Lord made it look extremely easy. One could be called an advanced weapon refinement master if they could produce a superior grade spirit weapon. Above advanced weapon refinement masters, there was the title of weapon refinement grandmaster. What title was Extreme Fire Dao Lord? In order to let Su Zimo have a good look at his weapon refinement techniques, Extreme Fire Dao Lord removed his weapon tripod during the tempering and spirit gathering steps. After condensing 4 spirit patterns, Extreme Fire Dao Lord showed no signs of stopping as he attempted for a 5th spirit pattern. Oh! Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. The feeling of danger came from the flying sword that was heated to a scarlet red. It was a familiar feeling, the premonition of a failed spirit gathering. Don't! When he saw that Extreme Fire Dao Lord had no intention of stopping, Su Zimo exclaimed instinctively. Extreme Fire Dao Lord paused for a moment and eyed Su Zimo, murmuring, "That's true. Even if I make you a perfect spirit weapon, you won't be able to use it given your current cultivation realm." Given Su Zimo's spirit energy, he would not be able to last long using a perfect spirit weapon. Too much spirit energy would be drained if all 5 spirit patterns were activated. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and lamented internally, the spirit gathering technique of 100 Refinement sect is indeed incredible. But even then, it does not have a 100% success rate. While my spirit gathering technique is slower, it's guaranteed. In other words, if Su Zimo were to perfect the steps of material selection, smelting, forging and tempering, he would be able to create a perfect spirit weapon with 100% certainty. If news of that were to spread in the cultivation world, Su Zimo would definitely become the most popular weapon refinement master. There was no exception. This supreme-grade flying sword is a gift for you. Take it. Swash. A sword beam flew by and pierced into the ground before Su Zimo. Sigh, I've managed to survive for 5,000 years, but it's all futile. The tinge of green on Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was getting darker. Su Zimo furrowed his brows, trying his best to repress the shock in his heart. The brief moment of contact between Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit and his body was when it flew out of his glabella. Even then, it was tainted by the poison. The potency of the poison was evident. Outside, in the body of that wolf, there's an inner core. That's a great tonic for you, don't forget to take it out. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. In the path of immortality cultivation, cultivators that managed to form a core would condense a sparkling golden core in their dantian. As depicted in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, demons on the core path will also produce an inner core in their body. Inner cores and golden cores were similar, they possessed the essence of the cultivator. However, golden cores were formed from spirit energy. However, inner cores were formed from the essence chi of the 5 organs. As depicted in the organs refinement section, the 5 organs essence chi was produced after organs refinement into 5 varying essence chi that would spread inside one's body. It will nourish the skin, flesh, tendons, bones and marrow, allowing the body to undergo a complete transformation. Be it in terms of power or speed, there would be a significant increase. When the body is at the peak of nourishment from the 5 organs essence chi, it would enter the next realm, orifice clearing. Orifice clearing does not produce much of an increase in terms of power and speed. However, the overall increase in a demonic cultivator's strength is still clear and obvious. What orifice clearing referred to was to open up one's mouth, eyes, ears and nose using the 5 organs essence chi. Once those 7 holes were opened up, the 5 senses of the demonic cultivator would receive an immense improvement and their vision, hearing and smell would become extremely sharp. That was only the changes on the surface. There would also be qualitative changes within the demonic cultivators. The synthetic relationship between the 5 organs, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow and 5 senses was equivalent to a minor heavenly cycle. At mastery of orifice clearing, the body would be a fusion of toughness and flexibility and become one, increasing one's coordination further. When all 5 chi combine into one, that was the time to condense the inner core. An inner core was the condensation of the bloodline and the 5 organs chi, the essence of the alpha's entire lifetime's worth of cultivation. That was way too important for Su Zimo. By devouring that inner core, there was a high chance Su Zimo could take a critical step in cultivating his organs refinement section. The path of cultivation is a long one and is extremely difficult. One wrong step can cause one's body and cultivation to perish. Pathetic, truly tragic. Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit slowly floated down and laid on the ground, muttering softly as his brows exuded boundless ancientness. Finally, his eyes gradually closed. At that moment, as though he could empathize, Su Zimo felt a little sad as well. Extreme Fire Tao Lord was many times more powerful than him, but he still ended with such an ending. What was Su Zimo's future and how far could he go? Furthermore, the path he was taking was even more difficult and bumpy. Thank you for saving my life, imparting me the Tao and giving me treasures, Senior. Su Zimo bowed deeply in the direction of Extreme Fire Tao Lord's corpse. By now, Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit had already turned bluish-black with hardly any life signs. It was clear he couldn't survive any longer. Heis. Su Zimo sighed and came to the bed, preparing to put away the storage bag left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord. Because the storage bag was locked by the spirit consciousness left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord, Su Zimo was unable to open it with his current cultivation. Even so, it was worth looking forward to. As a Tao Lord of one of the 4 dissident groups, how many treasures were there in his storage bag? Su Zimo put away the storage bag and placed the supreme grade flying sword on the ground into his storage bag. Su Zimo muttered softly. The moment he closed the storage bag, he vaguely felt a strange change in that longan-sized Buddha bead in his storage bag. He took the Buddha bead out. The moment he touched it, Su Zimo frowned and he was even more confused. The Buddha bead actually felt warm to the touch. Weird. Ever since he obtained the Buddha bead from the stone coffin, there had never been any changes to it. This was the first time. Su Zimo looked around his surroundings in deep thought. If he was not wrong, this cave abode or something in here had a connection to the Buddha bead. Holding the Buddha bead in his palm, Su Zimo walked around the cave abode. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and squatted down, looking at Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit that was lying not far away. He frowned in silence. A moment later, Su Zimo attempted to straighten his arm and move the Buddha bead closer to Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit. Shoo! A streak of light. Under Su Zimo's gaze, Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was suddenly sucked away by the Buddha bead and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh! Su Zimo's expression changed and he tossed the Buddha bead on the ground hurriedly. Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was tainted by the poison as well. Now that it was inside the Buddha bead, the bead would most likely be tainted by the poison too. After observing for a long time, Su Zimo discovered to his shock that the Buddha bead had not changed at all. He did not dare to be careless, picking up a stone rod on the ground to poke the Buddha bead. There was no change in the stone rod as well. This meant that the Buddha bead was not tainted by that terrifying poison. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It was no wonder he had to be so cautious, that poison was truly way too powerful. Even a cultivator as powerful as Extreme Fire Tao Lord had to meet with such an ending after enduring for 5,000 years. Su Zimo had to be careful. He picked up the Buddha bead and studied it for a while before putting it back into his storage bag. Chapter 204, Devouring Blood. Chapter 204, Devouring Blood. There was nothing left in the cave abode. Su Zimo's gaze finally landed on that demon beast egg. Actually, he did not bear much hope towards that egg. Since this demon beast egg was taken from a ruin 5,000 years ago. It proved that the egg had been there for more than 5,000 years. Even a demon beast might not live that long, let alone a demon beast egg. However, on second thought, Su Zimo realized that the items in the ruin were not ordinary. The stone that might have entered his body, Candlelight sword formation and the poison that managed to even kill a Tao Lord. At that thought, Su Zimo came before the demon beast egg and examined it. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Since Extreme Fire Tao Lord had brought that demon beast egg out from the ruin when he was poisoned, why was the egg not tainted by the poison? Even Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was not spared, yet this demon beast egg was fine. It was immune to poison. Su Zimo thought for a moment and picked up the demon beast egg, trying to put it away in his storage bag. He could not do so. His eyes lit up in elation. Only non-living objects like weapons or elixirs could be placed inside the storage bag. Living being with life could not be contained by the storage bag. Now that the demon beast egg could not be placed within, it was proof that there were signs of life within the egg. It was still alive. Su Zimo's thoughts gradually became active again. If he could nurture a spirit beast, it might not be a bad thing. Furthermore, this spirit beast that came from the unknown ruin could very likely be immune to poison. Something like the demon beast egg was extremely rare within Tianhuang mainland, where only the top factions would possess them. These items were all prepared for the paragons of their respective sections. The stronger the bloodline and the rarer the species was, the harder it was to obtain their demon beast eggs, which were extremely precious. After all, demon beast eggs as such would definitely be guarded by extremely powerful pure-blooded and ferocious remnant beasts day and night. Furthermore, they would be located at the deepest areas off any forests or mountains. To obtain a demon beast egg as such, the top experts of the sects would have to turn up and engage in a ferocious battle with the pure-blooded remnant beasts. Even then, success was not guaranteed, and they may even put themselves in danger. Spirit beasts that were born from demon beast eggs were extremely loyal to their cultivators, and there would not be cases of betrayal. Even though Ethereal Peak, as one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, did not have any demon beast eggs, they had instructions on how to hatch demon beast eggs. Firstly, blood was required. It wasn't anything mythical such as using the drop of blood to tie it to an owner. The principle behind it was simple. The goal of dripping one's blood on it was to remove the aura of the mother from the demon beast egg and let it be replaced with one's blood. That way, during the nurturing process and when the demon beast hatched, the scent it was most familiar with would be the owner of the blood. Naturally, it would be closest to that person. Su Zimo thought for a moment and took out the supreme-grade flying sword that was crafted by Extreme Fire Dao Lord, injecting spirit chi into it. For spirit patterns lit up at the same time, emitting a cold aura that was extremely intimidating. Given Su Zimo's tough physique, he would not be able to tear through his skin without activating spirit patterns. The sword tip slashed across his left palm ruthlessly, causing a bloody wound to appear. Su Zimo immediately placed his left hand on the demon beast egg and started rubbing it. After smearing all over the demon beast egg, he felt his palm clench as though it was bitten by something. Oh! Su Zimo's expression changed. Right after, a huge suction force erupted from the demon beast egg. Su Zimo's blood flowed uncontrollably from his wound on his left palm into the demon beast egg. It felt as though the demon beast egg was extremely thirsty and was devouring his blood in large mouthfuls. Frowning, Su Zimo yanked and tried to shake off the demon beast egg. However, it was stuck to his palm and he could not shrug it off. All of a sudden, abstruse and complicated patterns on the demon beast egg suddenly emitted a blinding light. It looked strangely weird, illuminating beneath the blood. The speed in which the demon beast egg was devouring blood was much faster than he had imagined. Pust. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and felt himself going dizzy. At this speed, he would soon be sucked into a dry corpse by the demon beast egg. Putting away his flying sword, Su Zimo gripped the demon beast egg with his right hand and started tearing it outside. However, the demon beast egg remained stuck firmly on his palm and refused to budge no matter how he tried. Furthermore, it was sucking his blood still and showed no indication of stopping. Fuck. You really can't touch anything from that ruin carelessly. Su Zimo's face turned pale as he cursed internally. He had 2 options before him, to either sever his left hand or turn into a dried corpse. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Su Zimo's mind as he turned and dashed out of the cave abode. While his blood was not sucked dry yet and he still had strength remaining, Su Zimo swam towards the top of the cold lake with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he leaped out of the cold lake and broke into a stumble, nearly falling over from how weak he was. Ow! When the spirit monkey saw Su Zimo rushing out, it was stunned. After not seeing him for a while, Su Zimo's flesh and blood withered and he lost a large amount of weight. There was even an egg on his left palm that glowed with blood. Looking confused, the spirit monkey was about to head up when Su Zimo shouted lightly, "Don't come over." The spirit monkey stopped in its tracks immediately, looking at Su Zimo with widened eyes. Su Zimo arrived at the battlefield from earlier on and looked at the wolf corpses strewn all over the place. Heaving a deep breath of air, he recited a sinister sutra and his eye flashed with a bloody glint. Blood Devouring Technique. This was a secret skill from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and the flesh and meat of some wolf corpses in front of him dissipated slowly, turning into a pool of blood and flowing into his mouth. On the one hand, the demon beast egg was devouring Su Zimo's blood endlessly. On the other hand, Su Zimo was devouring the blood of the wolf corpses and managed to save his life. As time passed by, the number of wolf corpses decreased, leaving only sets of white wolf bones on the ground. After a long time, right as Su Zimo was almost unable to endure it anymore, the demon beast egg dropped from his hand with a loud thud and rolled a couple of times on the ground before stopping motionlessly. The bloody light on the demon beast egg faded gradually and it returned to normal, looking like a fist-sized rock once more. Su Zimo fell and sat on the ground, looking at the demon beast egg with lingering fear before letting out a long breath of air. If he had not experienced it personally, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that a small demon beast egg like that would be able to devour all the blood in his body. "Ow, ow." The spirit monkey came over and asked. Forcing out a faint smile, Su Zimo replied, "I'm fine. I just nearly got fucked by an egg." Chapter 205 Organs Refinement. Chapter 205 Organs Refinement. Looking at the demon beast egg not far away, Su Zimo felt like he had survived a disaster. If not for the fact that he had cultivated 2 high-quality marrow cleansing techniques and the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he might have been sucked to death by the demon beast egg in an instant. Egg? The spirit monkey walked close to the demon beast egg and blinked its eyes. He grabbed it and sized it up curiously. Surveying the place, Su Zimo's gaze landed on a place and his eyes lit up. Beneath the corpse of the alpha wolf was a round elixir around the size of a fist. It was light red. Demon Beast Inner Core. It was because of this round object that the alpha was able to produce such terrifying strength with a casual strike. In fact, it even destroyed Su Zimo's 6 inferior-grade flying swords. Inner cores varied in color and it had something to do with the different species of demon beasts. For aquatic demon beasts such as the water-shield crocodile and ancient spirit fish, the inner cores they form would be more inclined towards water attributes and would mostly be blue. As for some grass-type demon beasts such as the clover sword grass and purple-blooded vein, the inner cores they form would be inclined towards grass attributes and would mostly be green. Inner cores had different grades as well. Be it any color, the purer it was, the higher the grade. The light red inner core of the alpha could only be considered as a middle-grade inner core. A dark red color would be superior grade and a deep red color would be supreme grade. If it could condense a scarlet inner core that was the shade of blood, it would be a perfect inner core. Even ancient ferocious beasts with pure bloodlines might not be able to condense perfect inner cores, much less ordinary or ancient remnant beasts. The grades did not refer to the impurities within the inner cores, but the purity level and the size of its strength. The beasts could similarly be at early stage inner core, however, 10 inferior grade inner core spirit demons may not be a match for a single middle grade inner core spirit demon. The alpha wolf was an extremely ordinary spirit beast and it was already pretty good for it to be able to condense a middle grade inner core. Su Zimo picked up the alpha's inner core and waved to the spirit monkey before heading towards the cave. The skies were already dark and night was about to descend. Even though the man and monkey's strength was no longer the same as before, lingering outside the Tsang Lang mountain range was still extremely dangerous. When he returned to the cave, Su Zimo divided the inner core into two and handed half to the spirit monkey with a smile. "Monkey, this is the alpha wolf's inner core and it's a great tonic. Eat it and cultivate." The spirit monkey did not decline and swallowed without chewing it. After a slight delay, the spirit monkey's eyes lit up and its expression changed. It hurriedly sat upright and began to cultivate, refining the energy of the inner core as its breathing became heavier. Su Zimo placed the other half of the alpha wolf's inner core into his mouth, chewing it slowly. The inner core wasn't tough and was a little soft. After it entered Su Zimo's stomach, he could feel a massive surge of energy bursting out from it. The energy was a little warm and flowed through his limbs, entering his organs. In that very cave, Su Zimo nearly exploded due to the energy overload of the scarlet flame fruit in the past. Now, he did not dare to get careless as he hurriedly cultivated the organ's refinement sutra, breathing in and out to try and refine the power of the inner core that was running rampant in his body. Time slowly passed. The man and the monkey sat in the cave with their eyes tightly shut. Fog rose from their bodies as a dense mist swirled around them. To be fair, if not for this alpha wolf inner core, it would be impossible for Su Zimo to cultivate the organ's refinement section without a couple years of research. But now, thanks to the inner core, he could gradually feel himself approaching the barrier of the organ's refinement section. Inner cores were basically a combination of the bloodline and 5 organs' qi. By fusing one's qi and blood, a core would be formed. The creation of an inner core was equivalent to a concrete example of the 5-organ qi, and it activated the organ's refinement section channeling. Gradually, Su Zimo found the feeling on how to refine his organs. By refining the 5 organs, essence qi of the 5 organs would be produced. The 5 organs corresponded to skin, flesh, tendons, bones and marrow. Organs refinement was not only an improvement of the 5 organs, it was also a baptism for the body, a conclusion of sorts to the first few chapters of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. After a night, Su Zimo continued cultivating. Unknowingly, the injuries inflicted by the battle against the Alpha had already silently healed. Under the nourishment of the 5 organs' essence qi, the hidden ailments left in his body were also repaired. As the sun rose, the spirit monkey's cultivation came to an end. Glancing at Su Zimo, who was still cultivating, the spirit monkey did not disturb him. Instead, it crept to a corner. It looked around furtively, and after ensuring that there was no one else, the spirit monkey secretly took out the demon beast egg and placed it under its butt. Squatting down, the spirit monkey squatted on the demon beast egg in a weird posture, as though it was passing motion. However, there was no feces. Furthermore, the spirit monkey was not sitting on it either. On the other side, Su Zimo was still cultivating. The entire cave was shrouded by a vermilion mist as demonic qi surged into the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. The spirit beasts nearby had long fled from the area after sensing that aura. A figure appeared vaguely within the thick demonic qi. With every single breath, there was a current of air near his nose as though an ancient demon was devouring the entire world. Yet another day and night had passed. All of a sudden, 2 demonic beams of light shone in the vermilion mist. It was a pair of eyes. Su Zimo's cultivation was over. Looking at the thick demonic qi around him, he opened his mouth suddenly and sucked violently. The immense demonic qi gushed into Su Zimo's mouth continuously in a discernible pace. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished. Su Zimo stood up, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs. A series of crackling sounds came from within his body, as if beans were being fried. His organs vibrated gently as his blood rumbled like a tsunami while his tendons and bones rang together. The Alpha's inner core provided an immense amount of help to Su Zimo. In just 2 nights of cultivation, his physical strength had risen by an entire level thanks to the nourishment of the 5 organs qi. However, at the same time, cultivation of the organ's refinement section had once again revealed a hidden ailment of demonic cultivation. Demonic Qi. Su Zimo's body had produced demonic Qi. When he was cultivating the marrow cleansing section, due to the blood swapping, Su Zimo's new bloodline was completely demonic. The demonic bloodline could alter Su Zimo's physique and appearance. Thankfully, he had managed to obtain the Void Thunder Manual in Thunderclap Valley by accident. Even though it was incomplete, there was the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra that could help him get rid of the hidden ailment of demonification temporarily. But now, the demonic Qi in Su Zimo's body was produced by his organs. The Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra could only cleanse the marrow, not the organs. Naturally, the situation this time round was slightly different from before. Su Zimo's appearance could turn completely demonic through his bloodline. However, demonic Qi would not alter Su Zimo's physique or appearance. That meant to say that Su Zimo could continue to cultivate the organ's refinement section and make use of the demonic Qi to nourish his skin, flesh, tendons, bone and marrow while strengthening his body. The hidden ailment was whether he would be noticed by others when he was unable to make use of the power of his demonic Qi. After all, demon Qi was way too different from a human's aura. Any cultivators would be able to discern it at the first instance. Chapter 206, Returning with the Monkey. Chapter 206, Returning with the Monkey. The benefit of organs refinement was that one was not only limited to the power of blood, they could also release the power of blood Qi. The Qi in blood Qi referred to demonic Qi. Now that Su Zimo was a human, if he were to release the power of blood Qi, he would be shrouded by demonic and he would definitely be taken down at the first instance. Of course, the power of blood alone was more than enough to take down most Foundation establishment cultivators. As long as Su Zimo closed in on his opponents, even if they were at perfected Foundation establishment with many meridians unlocked, the odds would definitely be stacked against them. Su Zimo had left the sect for quite some time. Thankfully, his cultivation speed had not fallen off and he had received immense benefits along the way. He planned on returning to the sect and digesting everything he had learned completely. On the one hand, he had to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible to prepare for the sect competition 3 years later. On the other hand, he had to master the tempering techniques swiftly as well to create middle-grade or even superior-grade flying swords. That way, he would be able to start cultivating the Candlelight sword formation. That was a formation that Su Zimo looked forward to learning. Grade 2 of the Candlelight sword formation required a full 18 flying swords before it could be summoned. Ignoring the power of the sword formation itself, even if 18 flying swords were to attack in an overwhelming manner, it would be more than enough for a Foundation establishment cultivator to handle. But of course, there was one more thing, hatching that demon beast egg. It came from the ruins and was highly likely to be immune to poison. Not just that, it even absorbed so much of his bloodline. Su Zimo was curious as to what sort of spirit beast that demon beast egg would produce. If it was an ancient remnant beast species, he would have earned big. Remnant beasts referred to the offsprings of pure bloodline ferocious beasts and ordinary demon beasts. Even though their bloodlines were no longer pure, they were still extremely powerful. The alpha wolf and the spirit tiger could only be considered as the most ordinary type of demon beasts and weren't comparable to ferocious beasts. As for Little Crane, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that Little Crane's bloodline was not so simple. There was a chance that it was a remnant beast. The spirit monkey was originally a spirit beast with an ordinary bloodline. However, Dai Yu seemed to have imparted a cultivation technique to it. Now, the spirit monkey was no longer ordinary anymore. Su Zimo pondered over whether he should impart the Void Thunder Manual to the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit tiger looked intelligent, it was actually extremely stupid. If its strength did not grow, it would probably not survive in the future. If this demon beast egg could hatch a pure-blooded ferocious beast, Su Zimo's heart raced at the thought of that. The growth potential of pure-blooded ferocious beasts was huge. Even as cubs that were naive and did not know how to cultivate, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were already comparable to chi condensation warriors. The moment they start cultivating, pure-blooded ferocious beasts can even slay Foundation establishment cultivators. That was only just for cubs. If they grow into their youth and adult phases, the power of those pure-blooded ferocious beasts was unimaginable. Not only that, pure-blooded ferocious beasts carry with them the ancient memories of their race from a long time ago. Vicissitude and mysterious, nobody could steal the cultivation techniques and secret skills meant for them. Of course, the growth of pure-blooded ferocious beasts was extremely slow as well. Even without cultivating, most pure-blooded ferocious beasts have a lifespan of over 10,000 years. If a cultivator were to hatch a pure-blooded ferocious beast, they might die before the ferocious beast even grows up. At that thought, Su Zimo intuitively searched for the demon beast egg. He looked around the place but did not see anything. Weird. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The cave was not that big and he could see its entirety in sight. However, there was no trace of the demon beast egg. I clearly saw that damn monkey take it in. Su Zimo mumbled and looked at the spirit monkey again, exclaiming softly. The spirit monkey's posture looked strange. Even if it was taking a dump, wasn't it squatting for way too long? Furthermore, the spirit monkey hovered without sitting as though there was something under its butt. Su Zimo vaguely guessed something and could not help but roll his eyes. Damn monkey, aren't you tired? When it heard Su Zimo's question, the spirit monkey shook its head and looked towards the entrance of the cave, pretending as if nothing had happened. Su Zimo could not help but laugh. Stop pretending. Hurry and get up. Don't tell me you want to hatch that demon beast egg with your monkey bum. After being seen through by Su Zimo, a rare blush appeared on the spirit monkey's face as it stood up unwillingly. Upon seeing that, Su Zimo was amazed. The spirit monkey was usually extremely thick-skinned and unruly, this was the first time he was seeing it so coy. Ow! Ow! Pausing for a moment, the spirit monkey returned to its normal self and bared its teeth, gesturing and shouting at Su Zimo. Even though he had not seen the spirit monkey for 2 years, Su Zimo understood what it meant immediately. It was saying that Su Zimo knew nothing and should not interfere. Su Zimo chided jokingly, if I don't know anything, you do? You weren't the one who gave birth to that thing and you've got no blood relation to it, so what are you hatching it for? The spirit monkey was stunned by Su Zimo's words. Ow, ow. Right on the heels of that, the spirit monkey gave Su Zimo a disdainful look and gave him a sidelong glance. It was saying, what do you know? We're both demons and have similar auras. I can still incubate it. Su Zimo covered his nose in disdain. Your auras are far from similar. You reek of feces. Even if you manage to hatch it, it's going to die of your stench. Even though Su Zimo had only mentioned it in passing, the spirit monkey became nervous and ran off to the cold lake, washing its body over and over again thoroughly. Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Previously, they had fought multiple times over this issue. However, the spirit monkey did not compromise even if it was beaten badly by Su Zimo. It continued to wipe its feces every day, enjoying itself while disgusting Su Zimo at the same time. But now, it was taking a shower for the demon beast egg? This was really, everything truly had its weakness. After a long time, the spirit monkey finally came forth from the cold lake. It ran to Su Zimo and called softly. It's gone. Su Zimo said, you've nearly washed your skin off. What smell can there be left? Ow, ow. The spirit monkey gestured and asked where the demon beast egg was. Yawning, Su Zimo pointed to his embrace. It's my egg, stop thinking about it. The spirit monkey pouted and grunted a few times, waving its hand to indicate that it did not care for the egg. However, its eyes were still staring furtively at the demon beast egg in Su Zimo's embrace. "Monkey, I've got something to ask you." After a short while, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "I'll be returning to the sect soon. Will you come with me?" Su Zimo felt a little scared recalling that the spirit monkey nearly got into danger. Even though the spirit monkey was unruly and unsuited for life in the cultivation world, Su Zimo could at least look after it if it was with him. "Ow! Ow!" the spirit monkey cried. Su Zimo chuckled. "I know that you want to be king of a mountain. But, what's the point of being king of this Zhonglang mountain range? You've got to head out and look for other mountains to be a king at." "Oh?" The spirit monkey thought for a while and pointed at the demon beast egg in Su Zimo's embrace, crying a few times. Su Zimo could not help but laugh. "Alright, if you follow me back, I'll let you hatch this demon beast egg." At the same time, Su Zimo thought to himself. "I'm only letting you hatch, not giving it to you. Furthermore, this fella has already sucked so much of my blood. There's no way it'll run off with anyone else." Chapter 207, Plotting in Darkness. Chapter 207, Plotting in Darkness. On this day, a man and monkey arrived in a rush outside of Ethereal Peak. Passing through the fog formation, their descent on the main peak attracted much attention. Junior brother Su is back. That monkey beside him is another spirit beast of his? Junior brother Su seems to have a special connection with spirit beasts. Including this monkey, he has two now. If one has too many spirit beasts, their power of the blood oath is spread out and will definitely weaken. This Su Zimo is going to get into trouble sooner or later. When the disciples caught sight of the man and monkey, their eyes had different looks as they discussed fervently. When Su Zimo had just joined the inner sect, he caused quite a stir when he overwhelmed Sun Tao and friends using his thunder techniques. Roar! The monkey felt extremely irritated being pointed at by so many strangers. It bared its teeth and roared menacingly at the many cultivators nearby, causing demonic chi to explode with a killing intent. Its hair stood on ends and made its physique look even bigger and intimidating. If not for the fact that Su Zimo was beside him, given its unruly nature, it would have charged forth and killed everyone. Many cultivators were shocked. The monkey's body was covered with endless blood. To survive in a place like the Zhonglang mountain range, it had to engage in battles almost every other day. It had experienced endless bloodshed and life and death situations. The aura around the monkey was even more violent and bloodthirsty than the spirit tiger and little crane. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly and raised his palm, patting the monkey on the shoulder gently, indicating for it to relax. On the way earlier, Su Zimo had already reminded the monkey repeatedly that it had to tone down on its animal instincts at Ethereal Peak. It must not be violently aggressive all the time. Grunting, two streams of air shot out from the monkey's nostrils and the fur on its body gradually went down. Before long, the man and monkey disappeared before everyone. "Humph, that beast sure is arrogant. That's because junior brother Su was around. If that wasn't the case, I would have killed that beast right on the spot. How dare it shout at us?" Many cultivators pretended to scold after the man and monkey was gone. The door of the cave abode was wide open and both the spirit tiger and little crane were sprawled inside, resting. Little crane was the first to sense something and looked over. Upon seeing that it was Su Zimo, it cried out in joy. The spirit tiger opened its eyes and looked over lazily. Instantly, it was energized at the sight of Su Zimo and leaped up. Monkey did not have much of a reaction when it saw the tiger and crane, merely twitching its lips in disdain. Following behind Su Zimo, Monkey swaggered in. "This is Monkey, who is originally from Zhonglang mountain range. We went through life and death together." Su Zimo pointed to the spirit tiger and little crane. This is Spirit Tiger and that is Little Crane. The three of you can stay together from now on. Don't fight. Chi. When it heard that, Monkey sneered and stretched out its finger, waving it in front of the Spirit Tiger and Little Crane extremely provocatively. Even though Monkey said nothing, its meaning was clear: even if we fight, you guys are not my match. The Spirit Tiger had just entered Foundation establishment and was in a cocky youth phase. Furthermore, the Spirit Tiger knew that it had been with Su Zimo the longest. If it was bullied by a monkey that came later, how could it continue to live its days? There was no way the Spirit Tiger could hold back seeing that hand gesture from Monkey. Roar! It crouched and readied as though it was about to pounce on its prey with a ferocious glint in its eyes. It was ready to strike at any moment. Caw, caw. On the other side, Little Crane could not take it lying down either, crying out a couple of times to Monkey as it prepared to pounce as well. After all, Little Crane had a closer relationship with the Spirit Tiger. Hearing the shouts from within the cave, Su Zimo suddenly felt a headache. Bang! Before long, Monkey and the Spirit Tiger collided massively. It was a pure explosion of strength without any gimmicks. After a momentary pause, the Spirit Tiger was sent flying by Monkey. Slamming onto the wall at the back, the cave abode shook and countless dust settled down. The Spirit Tiger's tendons and bones felt like they were breaking. Even if Monkey had an ordinary bloodline, the cultivation technique imparted to it by Dai Yu would cause that to change. As for the Spirit Tiger, it was indeed nothing more than any other ordinary beasts. Ignoring the fact that there was a difference in their cultivation realms, even if they were at the same realm, the Spirit Tiger would be beaten up badly by Monkey. The difference in their bloodlines was way too great. With a flip, Monkey rode on the Spirit Tiger and started pummeling its head with clenched fists. Gong! 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 After a few consecutive strikes, the Spirit Tiger was completely dazed and was dumbstricken. Swoosh! Little Crane pounced over from the side, sticking out a pair of sharp talons that glistened with a cold light towards Monkey's back. Without even turning back, Monkey slammed with a rod. The wind howled. Little Crane was shocked and did not dare to take it head-on, dodging to the side to try and deal with it. Against Little Crane, who could fly at any moment, Monkey was helpless as well and could only ride on the Spirit Tiger while yelling at Little Crane. Ow! Ow! Caw, caw! Little Crane replied with a high-pitched and agitated tone. The Spirit Tiger beneath Monkey would roar from time to time as well. The concurrent cries of three different demon beasts rang out and Su Zimo could no longer hear clearly what they were talking about. However, he could roughly guess that Monkey wanted to be the king and leader of the trio. However, the Spirit Tiger and Little Crane were indignant and would not allow it. Monkey took the demon beast egg from Su Zimo's hands and pointed at it, screaming for a while. Before long, the three spirit beasts reached a common consensus. They would take turns hatching that demon beast egg. Whoever the spirit beast that's hatched chooses to follow will be their king. For three spirit beasts, the 24 hours in a day could originally be divided into 8 hours each. However, the Spirit Tiger was the most pitiful. The 8 hours that it originally had was forcefully taken over by Monkey and Little Crane, leaving it with only 4 hours. In another cave abode of Ethereal Peak. It was dark and quiet. Feng Haoyu assumed a lotus position, surrounded by many spirit stones. He had already reached perfected foundation establishment and had unlocked a meridian. All of a sudden, a sinister wind blew. Feng Haoyu opened his eyes. He was not in a hurry to look around and was instead deep in thought, as if he was waiting for something. Su Zimo is back. Before long, a hoarse and erratic voice sounded out right in Feng Haoyu's cave abode. Feng Haoyu frowned. The person in the darkness continued, "If I'm not wrong, that tempering technique that the disheveled old man obtained in Sky Treasure Auction House should be for him. It's easy to kill Su Zimo. Feng Haoyu said in a low voice, however, how can we wipe out the other 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak while killing him at the same time? If we only lay our hands on a single one of them, it's going to alert the rest. The only way to have Ethereal Peak suffer a great loss is by crippling 4 of them at the same time. That way, they won't be able to achieve anything in the 4 ranking lists of the sect competition. Don't worry, the opportunity has arrived. The hoarse voice said, once this fight is over, you and I can both return to the sect with honor in our names. Chapter 208, Blood Crow Palace. Chapter 208, Blood Crow Palace. Black Crow Mountain. Situated at the northwest corner of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was a vast place where beasts roamed. There were many crows in the forest and most of them were psychic. There were even black crow demons that managed to cultivate supreme powers with terrifying strength and dominance. It was said that there was a golden core that entered the depths of Black Crow Mountain and was never seen ever again. A couple of years ago, a middle-aged man with dark green eyes that shone with a sinister light walked into the depths of Black Crow Mountain without turning back at all. From that day forth, the crows within turned extremely violent and their eyes were bloodshot. The skies above Black Crow Mountain were perennially covered by a blood mist. Deep in the dense forest, a hall named Blood Crow Palace appeared. Within a few short years, sects nearby Black Crow Mountain were all subdued under Blood Crow Palace's command. This day, a pale-faced youth with dark green eyes appeared outside Blood Crow Palace. He was at Perfected Foundation establishment and knelt on a single knee, cupping his fists in the direction of the hall. Master, a year ago, my blood slave was killed outside of Linfeng City. I've discovered who the killer is. His name is Su Zimo, an inner sect disciple of Ethereal Peak. Amidst the blood fog around the forest, Blood Crow Palace was vaguely visible like an ancient that sat on the spot. It was sinister and horrifying, letting out an ice-cold aura. After the young cultivator spoke, Blood Crow Palace fell into a dead silence. As though he was accustomed to it, the young cultivator continued, this battle caused us to lose a middle-grade spirit mine and more than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even though they are all outer core disciples, it is still an unprecedented setback. I heard the news that Ethereal Peak's spirit pool is about to be unsealed. At that time, Ethereal Peak is bound to send their Perfected Foundation establishment disciples to receive a baptism of the spirit pool. I intend to lead people there and take them down in one fell swoop. At the same time, I can take in the legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak as my blood slaves. After a long time, a voice rang from Blood Crow Palace. Alright, be careful. Take more men with you. The young cultivator lowered his head. Don't worry, Master. Take Yu Fei and Peng Yu along with you. After a momentary pause, a voice rang out from Blood Crow Palace once more. The young cultivator was delighted and replied hurriedly, thank you, Master. Yes, after this matter, come back and cultivate in seclusion. When the ancient battlefield opens 3 years later, you'll find your true opponents within. After saying that, the voice in Blood Crow Palace went silent once more. Before long, 2 people draped in black robes walked forth. They were expressionless with an occasional flicker of green light in their eyes. Greetings, young master. The 2 men walked before the young cultivator and knelt on one knee, shouting in unison. The young cultivator nodded in satisfaction. The 2 people before him were golden cores, they were his master's blood slaves. Bearing extremely high standards, the people that his master were willing to accept as blood slaves were far from simple. His master was also the same person who founded Blood Crow Palace, the palatial lord. Given their relationship, even though this man was only a Foundation establishment cultivator, his status in Blood Crow Palace was extremely high, he was the young master of Blood Crow Palace. Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo, Fufufu. Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo had returned for a couple of days and had not spent it idling. Little Fatty, Shui, and other Weapon Peak disciples came to visit, so they naturally had their merry celebrations. During this period, Leng Ro came by as well and chatted with Su Zimo for a little before leaving. In the eyes of Shui and everyone else, that was naturally something to cheer about. In the entire sect, Su Zimo was the only person who could make Leng Ro pay a personal visit. Previously, she had even specially given him 2 talismans. The 2 talismans were kept in his storage bag and Su Zimo had not used them yet. Even though it wasn't a massive favor, it was clear that the other party had put in quite a bit of effort. Su Zimo intended to create a middle or superior grade spirit weapon after he gained more insights into weapon refinement and give it to Leng Ro. The second day after Su Zimo returned to the sect, before he even had the time to visit the disheveled old man, the latter already took the initiative to visit. "You rascal, where have you been for the past 3 months with no news at all?" The disheveled old man scolded Su Zimo at first sight. Su Zimo replied with a half-truth, "I spent some time at home." "I see." Upon hearing that, the disheveled old man's expression softened and nodded. Cough. He coughed gently and patted on his storage bag. Instantly, an ancient manual appeared on his palm as he said calmly, "Take it. This is an ancient tempering manual." True enough. As Su Zimo had expected, the disheveled old man was auctioning for this book at Sky Treasure Auction House for him. The person who wrote this ancient manual is Su Zhan, an advanced weapon refinement master 1,000 years ago. At his peak, he had created tens of supreme-grade spirit weapons and it was said that he had even created a perfect spirit weapon. Even though there's no remnant projections of his weapon refinement process, you can study this ancient manual well. With your perceptivity in weapon refinement, it should not be an issue for you to create middle or even superior-grade spirit weapons in the future. The disheveled old man was extremely confident in Su Zimo. Even though Su Zimo already knew how the ancient tempering manual came about, it would attract the disheveled old man's suspicions if he acted too calmly. Su Zimo could only appear to be delighted and asked, "Master, this ancient manual must cost a lot of spirit stones, right?" It's all right." The disheveled old man nodded and replied indifferently, "At that time, the competition for this manual was extremely intense and I was unable to get it at the start too. In the end, I bumped into an old friend." At that point, the disheveled old man beat around the bush intentionally before continuing leisurely, "Heh. That friend of mine has a powerful background and without a second word, he gave it to me on the spot." Even though the disheveled old man was trying his best to contain himself, his eyes were filled with pride. "Zimo, let me tell you how the scene was like at that time." Pft, pft. That huge auction house fell entirely silent. Even if others had spirit stones, they could not use it. No one could stop this friend of mine from giving it to me. Everyone else could only watch dumbfounded in envy. When he heard the disheveled old man bragging, Su Zimo could not help but lower his head and almost chuckled. "Zimo, what's wrong? You don't believe me?" The disheveled old man raised his brow when he noticed Su Zimo's abnormality. "No." Su Zimo waved it off hurriedly. Cough, cough, all right, that's enough. Cultivate well." The disheveled old man seemed to have realized that he had gone slightly overboard with his bragging and added before turning to leave. In reality, if it was just this ancient tempering manual without any remnant projections, Su Zimo would not have achieved much in his future. However, Extreme Fire Dao Lord had enacted a weapon refinement process for Su Zimo beneath the cold lake of the cave abode. It was a perfect and flawless weapon refinement process. Coupled with the ancient tempering manual in his hands along with Su Zimo's personal spirit gathering method, he had confidence of creating a supreme-grade spirit weapon. It wasn't an occasional creation depending on his condition. It had a 100% success rate. Chapter 209, Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast. Chapter 209, Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast. In the following period of time, Su Zimo resumed his usual cultivation habits. He spent part of his days on raising his cultivation realm, but most of it was spent on weapon refinement studies. Come nighttime, Su Zimo would lock his cave abode and activate his formation to begin demonic cultivation and organs refinement. Because organs refinement would produce an endless stream of rich demonic qi, the formation was used to prevent outsiders from entering as well as to conceal the aura within the cave abode. In the morning of the next day, the demonic qi would be absorbed by Su Zimo entirely. For those past few days, Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane took turns around the demon beast egg. After Monkey incubated it for 10 hours, it was Little Crane's turn. Every day, when it was late at night, they left a miserable 4 hours for the Spirit Tiger. The Spirit Tiger would hug the demon beast egg in front of its chest and even lick it from time to time. It blinked its eyes and sighed. At this rate, no matter who ends up as the leader, I'm definitely going to be at the bottom. The Spirit Tiger looked at the demon beast egg and thought to itself, hurry and come out. That way, I can have a lackey. If not, my days are going to be hell and that monkey and stupid bird is going to bully the shit out of me. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The Spirit Tiger felt as though it had just wrapped its arms around the demon beast egg. Before it was even warm, Monkey came over and whisked it away to sit on it. Even though the Spirit Tiger felt indignant, it did not dare to resist and could only watch at the side pitifully. For some reason, Su Zimo felt that Monkey, the Spirit Tiger and Little Crane were all very concerned about that demon beast egg, treating it with extreme care. Apart from the three of them, no one else was allowed to touch the egg. No one could be sure which was more effective, Su Zimo's bloodline or the three beasts taking turns to take care of it. A few days later, the demon beast egg truly had a reaction. Within, signs of life began to emanate. At first, it was extremely feeble. However, it became clearer and more intense as time passed. When it heard that Su Zimo had brought back a demon beast egg from a ruin, the mystical guardian beast, Senior Crane, came by a couple of times and was rather concerned about the incubation process of the egg as well. During this period of time, Su Zimo looked through many ancient books about demon beasts. He firmly memorized all sorts of information about various demon beasts, ancient remnant beasts and even pure-blooded ferocious beasts. According to Senior Crane, if a pure-blooded ferocious beast was born, it would alarm the heavens and there would definitely be a universal phenomenon. The stronger the bloodline of the ferocious beast, the more intense and terrifying the accompanying universal phenomenon would be. It was said when a Baifeng is born, a shade of vermilion would paint the entire skies red. In fact, there might even be fire rains. When a responding dragon is born, clouds will fill the skies and cause rain to pour. This phenomenon will last for at least 7 days and nights, causing the nearby rivers and lakes to overflow and even form a powerful flood. The arrival of a Zhu Yan brings about chaos to the world and continuous flames of war. When some ferocious beasts are born, they might even bring about an apocalyptic catastrophe for countries and dynasties. Such examples have been rampant since the ancient era. If a remnant beast was born, even though there won't be any universal phenomenons, there would be accompanying brilliant colors to indicate their unique bloodline as proof that their future would be different from ordinary beasts. A month later, the signs of life from that demon beast egg became more intense, almost reaching a peak. This meant that the life within the demon beast egg could descend at any moment. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sense of nervousness. Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane had been busy for the entire time, spending most of their attention on the demon beast egg. Su Zimo truly could not tell who the spirit beast would follow after it was hatched. One day, Monkey, who was squatting on the demon beast egg, suddenly jolted upright. Monkey's odd behavior attracted the gazes of Spirit Tiger and Little Crane. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over as well. On the ground not far away, the demon beast egg shook gently. A new life was struggling within, trying to enter this world. All of a sudden, a red-headed beauty appeared in the cave abode. This was the human form of Senior Crane. She had a solemn expression and looked at the demon beast egg keenly with pursed lips. Swash! Su Zimo's vision blurred as yet another cultivator appeared in the cultivator. Possessing an immense aura and a reserved gaze, this was the sect master, Ling Yun. Even though sect master Ling Yun had never been here before, he was clearly paying attention to this matter. Before long, the 5 peak masters arrived. Right after, many grand elders of the sect arrived as well. There were elderly men with long white beards and old women with wooden staffs. Everyone looked at the demon beast egg on the ground with a hint of anticipation. Anyone who could become grand elders of the sect are all nascent soul perfected lords. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. This was quite a commotion. Other than an assault or major calamity of the sect, there was probably nothing that could gather so many people. These people were all the top cultivators of Ethereal Peak. The initially spacious cave abode became evidently crowded after these people arrived. Monkey, Spirit Demon and Little Crane sat down in 3 directions, maintaining the same distance between them and the egg while protecting it in the middle. Su Zimo was squeezed out of the crowd. If it was just the hatching of an ordinary demon beast, there wouldn't be this many people paying attention to it. However, all of them had heard that this demon beast egg was retrieved from a ruin. Furthermore, there were many obscure and complicated patterns etched on the shell. This was something worthy of everyone's attention. Yes, those patterns are indeed mysterious. Even with my experience, I can't tell what those patterns are. A nascent soul old man stared at the demon beast egg for a long time before saying slowly. An old woman frowned and said, "It seems to be some sort of a heritage. Seems like this demon beast has quite a powerful background." "It's not simple," someone else nodded in agreement. Right then, that initially shaking demon beast egg came to a sudden stop, drawing everyone's attention. The masses held their breaths. There was complete silence in the cave abode such that one could hear a pin drop. Crack. There was a crisp sound. Everyone's eyes lit up. A faint crack had appeared on the demon beast egg. After a short pause. Crack. 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 A series of sounds came from the surface of the demon beast egg. In the blink of an eye, 3 more cracks appeared on the shell. The sounds became clearer as tiny cracks spread around the entire egg densely. All of a sudden. Piak. A tiny hole broke at the top of the egg. Peeling away the shell bit by bit, a pitch-black talon was the first to be seen. The eyes of Senior Crane's human form, the red-headed beauty, dimmed slightly in disappointment. Sect Master Lingyun frowned and sighed lightly. Some of the nascent soul Grand Elders also sent their spirit consciousness to check outside the cave abode. They retracted their spirit consciousness upon discovering that there was no abnormality. It was very calm outside without any signs of a universal phenomenon happening. This meant that the demon beast before them had nothing to do with a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The many Grand Elders shook their heads. They had come to see if a pure-blooded ferocious beast could be produced. If it was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, that would be the biggest thing that had happened in the sect for thousands of years. Alas! Everyone had arrived excitedly only to be disappointed. Chapter 210, Wild Beast? Black Bear? Chapter 210, Wild Beast? Black Bear? Su Zimo had once fantasized that it would be great if a pure-blooded ferocious beast was hatched as well. However, the moment this life was born, Su Zimo felt a vague feeling in his bloodline. It was faint but extremely mysterious. He smiled gently. No matter the endowment or bloodline of the demon beast, Su Zimo decided that he would keep it by his side and raise it. Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane looked at the shattered egg in the middle nervously too. Their eyes were widened with curiosity. In the hearts of Monkey and Little Crane, this little fellow was a shared child. Be it a pure-blooded ferocious beast or ancient remnant beast, even if a sow was born, they were going to take good care of it and not let it suffer in the future. In Spirit Tiger's heart, it hoped that the little fellow would just be an ordinary demon beast. In fact, the weaker it was, the better. That way, its standing would rise and it need not be bullied all day. At the same time, it could also take in a lackey. If it had a sudden impulse, it could even bully that little fellow to feel good. Caw, caw. The Spirit Tiger's mouth gaped and drooled with a foolish smile. It was completely immersed in its fantasies of a beautiful future. Piak. Yet another talon stretched out. It was pitch black and tore at both sides. The crack on the shell was turning bigger. At the sight of that, everyone in the cave abode were increasingly disappointed as they shook their heads and sighed. It was fine if there was no universal phenomenon and it wasn't a pure-blooded ferocious beast. But why aren't there any spectacular colors now that the shell has cracked? What did this prove? It proved that the beast was not an ancient remnant beast as well. All the top cultivators of Ethereal Peak were mobilized here in excitement, only to watch the birth of an ordinary demon beast. The psychological disparity was too great. The sect had already reared many of such ordinary demon beasts. Poof! The shell was torn open by a small gap and a black head popped out. It looked like a dog with its eyes closed tightly and felt extremely weak. Seemingly hungry, the little beast sniffed around with its nose and grabbed the eggshell shards beside it, stuffing them into its mouth. Munch, munch. In a short while, the little beast finished the egg shell that was the size of a fist. Now, the little beast's features were fully exposed to everyone. It was bare and pitch black, looking extremely ordinary. Perhaps because it had just eaten the egg shell, its body was a little swollen. Once again, the cave abode fell into silence. The atmosphere was strange. Everyone looked at the little beast with a weird expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even though everyone had already determined that this was neither a pure-blooded ferocious beast or ancient remnant beast, this was way too ordinary. An old man shook his head. Even if there is no universal phenomenon or brilliant lights, a normal demon beast would contain demonic chi upon being born since they spent a long time in their mother's body. The thicker the demonic chi, the stronger the demon beast was. But this little beast, sigh. The old man did not continue, but everyone knew what he meant. Ever since it broke out of the shell till now, the little beast did not possess the slightest bit of demonic chi. This meant that it wasn't even a demon beast. It could only be considered as a wild beast. This little beast doesn't have any intelligence. It didn't even know how to open its eyes. It's too weak. An old woman at the side shook her head. Even though her words were harsh, it was the truth. Everyone knew that wild beasts were not psychic and did not have much intellect. Su Zimo frowned hard and tried to recall all the ancient books he had read. He drew comparisons between the appearance of the little beast and all the demon beasts, ancient remnant beasts and pure-blooded ferocious beasts. After a round of comparison, Su Zimo discovered that there was no demon beast that matched the little beast before him. In terms of similarity, the little beast resembled a black bear cub the most. In a ruin more than 5,000 years ago, Extreme Fire Tao Lord risked his life to bring back a demon beast egg only for it to hatch a black bear. Su Zimo's mouth twitched. If Extreme Fire Tao Lord was still alive and saw this, he would probably die still out of anger. Of course, the little beast was not exactly the same as a black bear. It had a slightly swollen body and its head was like a dog. Its palm had a blood-red cushion in the middle and it had claws longer than a black bear that could be retracted freely. Hia! The little beast tried its best to open its mouth and let out a sound. It did not sound like a powerful roar from a demonic beast, but rather, it looked like a newborn baby who was learning to speak. Foo-foo. There was friendly laughter all around. Even its cry was so weak. Even though no one could confirm the origin of the little beast, many signs indicated that this was the most ordinary type of wild beast. The spirit tiger was delighted. Everything went smoothly as it had expected. It finally had a lackey it could trample on. The little beast trod out clumsily, trying to walk. It swayed and looked like it could fall at any moment. Hia! Crying out once more, the little beast sniffed through the air, as if searching for something. Its eyes were tightly shut and it could only recognize its way through scent. Monkey, spirit tiger and little crane immediately turned nervous. They had a prior agreement that after the little beast was born, whoever it looked for would be the boss between the few of them. The little beast stood rooted on the spot for a moment before turning around. Slowly, it walked towards the spirit tiger in a clumsy manner. The spirit tiger got excited immediately and nearly lost control of himself, jumping up and roaring wildly. Happiness came too suddenly. Initially, the spirit tiger thought that it was already not bad now that he had a lackey. From the looks of it, he even had a chance of being the boss now. The tables have turned and I've finally made it. It's been a tough journey. The spirit tiger looked at the little beast its best to walk over and was moved to tears. On the other side, Monkey and little crane were indignant, their faces full of displeasure. In a great mood, the spirit tiger pointed at Monkey and shook its head, even shamelessly sticking its tongue out gleefully. Monkey gritted its teeth and clenched its fists so tightly that its knuckles cracked, its eyes were almost spewing fire. Upon seeing Monkey's state, the spirit tiger trembled in fear and hurriedly retracted his tongue. At that moment, the little beast had already arrived in front of the spirit tiger. The spirit tiger licked its face and leaned over, revealing a smile that he thought was the kindest. After a slight pause, the little beast wrapped around the spirit tiger's huge face and continued walking forth. The smile on the spirit tiger's face froze. This is fucking awkward. The spirit tiger wanted to cry and curse it internally, damned black bear, you were lying? You're going to get me killed. The spirit tiger turned around right away and looked at Monkey obsequiously, feeling a deep sense of remorse and regret for his provocations earlier. Monkey ignored the spirit tiger entirely and kept watching the little beast. Even though its eyes were shut and it had just learned how to walk, the little beast still maneuvered through the crowd and arrived in front of Su Zimo after much difficulty. Chapter 211, Terrifying Little Beast. Chapter 211, Terrifying Little Beast. Little Beast raised its head and sniffed carefully again, as if making a confirmation. After a while, it climbed up Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo was in a lotus position and wasn't too tall. However, because Little Beast was too short, it tried to climb up from under Su Zimo's shirt but failed after several attempts. Instead, it fell and rolled over, causing a series of laughter. Many Grand Elders started to take their leave. It was meaningless to stay here any further. Even though that black bear was extremely cute, it was but a mere wild beast, nothing unlike rabbits and dogs by the roadside. Su Zimo did not care. No matter what, he was going to raise this little beast and make it a powerful existence. So what if it was a wild beast? He did not have a spirit root in the first place as well. But now, haven't he managed to become a cultivator as well? Nobody could decide how they were born. However, the paths they took and their achievements in the future would depend on their diligence and opportunities. Little Beast continued to roll over a few times, covering its body dirtily in dust. With its closed eyes, it rubbed itself against Su Zimo's feet gently in sadness. Su Zimo hardened his heart and remained silent. He did not help Little Beast, hoping for it to climb up on its own. Yeah. Little Beast raised its head and opened its toothless mouth. With all its strength, it cried out in a childish voice pitifully. Su Zimo's heart softened and he could no longer hold on. He quickly reached out and lifted Little Beast. Perhaps because it was just born, Little Beast was not huge. At around half a foot long, it fit Su Zimo's palm perfectly. Chuckling, Su Zimo held Little Beast with his left hand and teased it playfully with his right. "Zimo, this black bear's endowment is too poor. Don't sign a blood oath with it." The disheveled old man was worried and came over to remind him. Even though the power of a blood oath was strong, its power would weaken if one made too many blood oaths. It was hard to guarantee that the demon beasts would not betray and kill their owners in the future. Therefore, most cultivators would only sign a blood oath with a single demon beast, 2 at most. In the eyes of the disheveled old man and everyone else, Su Zimo's life could be in danger if he continued signing blood oaths with demon beasts. Sect Master Ling Yun nodded in Su Zimo's direction as well. "This little beast has yet to gain sentience. Just raise it casually and don't think too much about it." With that said, Ling Yun turned to leave. Su Zimo's head was lowered in silence. When the 5 peak masters saw that, they thought that he received a huge blow and was greatly disappointed. They could not help but sigh lightly and leave the place. At that moment, Su Zimo was looking at Little Beast sprawled on his lap with a strange gaze, seemingly in deep thought. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Little Beast was an ordinary wild beast as well. Perhaps it was truly a black bear's cub that had yet to gain sentience and was merely cute. However, an action by Little Beast earlier on changed Su Zimo's mind entirely. Little Beast was definitely not as simple as everyone thought it to be. Earlier on, Su Zimo teased Little Beast with his right hand. Immediately, Little Beast's expression changed. It seemed to have sensed something and stuck its nose out, sniffing Su Zimo's right hand carefully. Finally, Little Beast opened its mouth and licked Su Zimo's fingertips. Finally, it changed to a comfortable position before falling asleep. That action seemed like it was nothing. However, it caused a huge stir in Su Zimo's heart. His right hand could be considered as his strongest trump card, helping him escape from danger twice. No one in the entire cave abode knew about the secret behind his right hand. Even Senior Crane was clueless about it. However, Little Beast had just been born and was able to sense it without being able to open its eyes. It tried its best to come over and grab his right hand. This was definitely not a coincidence. Senior Crane had not left and was still in the cave abode. Su Zimo looked over and could not help but ask, "Senior, do you recognize this little beast?" Senior Crane walked over slowly, standing in front of Su Zimo and looked at Little Beast carefully before shaking her head. "No, I don't recall ever seeing a demon beast as such. Could the ancient books have left it out?" Su Zimo asked again. "It's possible," Senior Crane said in a low voice. "After all, it's been a long time since the primordial era till now. Coupled with the many demon beasts that have gone extinct, there's a chance it could be left out." Pausing for a moment, Senior Crane continued, "However, it's true that there's no universal phenomenon, spectacular colors or demonic chi when this beast was born. Perhaps it might be just an ordinary black bear." As she said that, Senior Crane bent over and reached out, wanting to touch Little Beast. All of a sudden, Little Beast that was initially sleeping woke up. Even though its eyes were still closed, it was clearly a little nervous. As though it sensed that a foreign aura was approaching, Little Beast stuck its head out and sniffed. The claws that were initially retracted peeked out gradually, revealing a cold and dark glint. Such keen senses. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Little Beast was born less than an hour ago and could not even open its eyes. However, in its slumber, it could still sense an unfamiliar aura and jolt awake. With such a reaction, it was proof that Little Beast was extraordinary. Su Zimo was a little happy. "Phew." Senior Crane froze for a moment before chuckling. "This little fellow is quite sharp." With that said, Senior Crane extended her finger and tapped Little Beast's forehead dotingly. Instantly, Little Beast retreated hurriedly. However, it was too slow and did not have a good balance of its body yet. As though realizing that it could not dodge it, Little Beast stretched out its claws hastily and scratched Senior Crane's palm in a frantic motion. When he saw that, Su Zimo smiled. This little beast was quite interesting. To think that it knew how to counterattack. Su Zimo was about to speak when he realized that there was something strange about Senior Crane's gaze. She stood where she was, frozen and motionless. "Senior, what's wrong?" Su Zimo frowned and asked automatically. "Wrong." After a moment, Senior Crane snapped out of her stupor as though she was gravely shocked. Somewhat out of sorts, she mumbled repeatedly, "Wrong. We were all wrong." "What do you mean?" Su Zimo was puzzled. Senior Crane looked at Little Beast, who was hiding in Su Zimo's embrace, with a lit-up gaze. In fact, there was even a hint of fear as she asked uncertainly, "That little fellow just scratched me?" "That's right," Su Zimo nodded, not understanding what Senior Crane meant. She took a deep breath of air and said slowly, "It hurt me." Su Zimo was frozen on the spot, feeling a chill run down his spine. Senior Crane's cultivation was no weaker than a nascent soul-perfected lord. Furthermore, being a demon, Senior Crane's body was extremely powerful to begin with. Even if Little Beast was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, its claws wouldn't pose any threat, it would merely scratch Senior Crane like an itch. But, Senior Crane had actually felt pain. The most terrifying thing was that Little Beast was born for less than an hour. If that scratch had landed on Su Zimo's body earlier on, it would have carved a few holes in his body. Chapter 212, Night Spirit. Chapter 212, Night Spirit. Even though they did not know the origin of Little Beast, it was not hard to imagine how terrifying it would be after it grew up. The background of this little beast is probably far from simple. Take good care of it and it'll definitely be of great help to you in the future. Senior Crane said and looked at Little Beast carefully, her eyes filled with puzzlement. What was going on here? This was a little beast that had no universal phenomenon, spectacular colors, or even demonic chi when it was born. How did it possess such destructive powers? Senior Crane shook her head and left in confusion. Before she left, Senior Crane was still worried and turned around to warn Su Zimo, "By the way, watch over it. Don't let it run around in the sect." "Don't worry, Senior." Su Zimo nodded. "I'll guard it during this period of time and not let anything happen to it." Now that Su Zimo thought about it, Little Beast was basically a newborn that could not even open its eyes. It knew nothing and was at its weakest. If he allowed it to run around the sect, it might end up losing its life. Senior Crane's lips twitched and she rolled her eyes in a human-like manner. "I'm worried that something might happen to other people." Su Zimo. After Senior Crane left, Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane came over. Earlier on, Spirit Tiger made fun of Monkey and was beaten up by the latter while Little Crane watched unhappily. As such, neither of the three paid attention to the conversation between Senior Crane and Su Zimo. After returning, Spirit Tiger glared at Little Beast bitterly and thought to himself, "Black Bear. I was really done in by you. I'll remember this and settle it with you after you grow older." Humph. Little Beast was truly way too stumpy that the Spirit Tiger was worried it might be killed with a single smack. In just a day, Little Beast was able to open its eyes. Its eyes were dark and sparkling, exuding intelligence like a pair of dazzling gems. On that day, Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane left the sect and obtained the milk of many demon beasts, placing everything in front of Little Beast. Little Beast took a sniff without drinking any. It seemed a little disdainful. Instead, Little Beast chose to continue sucking on the fingers of Su Zimo's right hand. Perhaps owing to the eggshell, Little Beast did not get hungry for an entire week. The most common thing Little Beast did was to lie on Su Zimo's lap and sleep soundly while chewing on his right hand's fingers. During this period of time, Su Zimo had a rough grasp of Little Beast's temperament as well. It was the closest to him and would stick to him every day. Because Little Beast was extremely sensitive to foreign auras, it would be on guard or even retaliate if any stranger got close to it. Other than Su Zimo, it was also relatively close to Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane. From that point of view, the three of them did not waste their month for nothing. At times, the four of them would even play around in the cave abode happily. Upon seeing that, Su Zimo would always feel a sense of warmth and smile. After a week, Little Beast's teeth grew out. Even though they were small, they were extremely sharp and not weaker than its claws. However, what puzzled Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane was that no matter the type of spirit beast they hunted, Little Beast would only go up and sniff instead of eating it. Even if it was hungry, it would choose to suck on Su Zimo's fingers rather than eat those actual food. That's strange. Su Zimo was perplexed as well. Could Little Beast be vegetarian? On second thought, Su Zimo felt that it was not right. The claws and teeth of Little Beast did not seem as though they were meant for it to be vegetarian. These few days, Su Zimo did not cultivate much. Instead, he specially refined a few cauldrons of elixirs and selected the supreme grade and perfect ones for Little Beast. Yet, Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane were the ones fighting for it while Little Beast refused everything. That's strange. Su Zimo tapped on Little Beast's head and chided lightly, "Why are you not eating everything, Hia?" Little Beast had yet to master demon language and could only cry out in Hias. Blinking its diamond black eyes, it looked aggrieved. This day, Monkey and Little Crane went out to hunt. Su Zimo sat on his stone bed and held spirit stones in both hands, seemingly in cultivation and could not be distracted. The opportunity is here. The Spirit Tiger had been cultivating the Void Thunder Manual during this period of time and felt that it had gotten stronger. It was now a Foundation Establishment Spirit Demon. Rubbing its paws together, the Spirit Tiger was prepared to take this opportunity to teach Little Beast a good lesson. It wanted to impose the image of a mighty, ferocious and unstoppable being in Little Beast's heart. "Black Bear, stop sleeping. Wake up." The Spirit Tiger sneaked in front of Little Beast and growled softly, slapping Little Beast's head with a backhand. Initially asleep, Little Beast's body quivered and it stuck out its claws, blocking instinctively. Flashes of blood appeared. A few bloody holes appeared on the Spirit Tiger's paws. The Spirit Tiger was dumbfounded. Little Beast was completely awake as well. Ow! Howling in pain with a pale face, the Spirit Tiger glared at Little Beast and gritted its teeth, snarling, "Black Bear. You're not trustworthy at all. Even when you're asleep, you're so nervous. You've screwed me to death." Little Beast leaned over in embarrassment and stuck its tongue out to lick the Spirit Tiger's paw as a form of comfort. "It's completely different from what I imagined. Even after this Black Bear is born, I'm still the weakest." The Spirit Tiger's face was covered in tears as sadness welled up in him. Right then, Monkey strode into the cave abode covered in blood. It was carrying a leopard on its shoulders, huge like a small mountain and covered in green fur. Emerald Cloud Leopard. Su Zimo recognized the leopard at first glance. It was an ancient remnant beast that was extremely strong. The Emerald Cloud Leopard's head was smashed in and it was filled with injuries all over, clearly already dead. Monkey had many wounds on its body as well. It was a devastating battle. The moment the Emerald Cloud Leopard's corpse was placed down, Little Beast suddenly jumped off Su Zimo and ran over to the corpse to sniff. Shing! Little Beast stretched its claws and cut through the skin and flesh of the Emerald Cloud Leopard easily. It opened its mouth and chomped down on a piece of meat, swallowing it. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze at the sight of that. He had been observing Little Beast during this period of time. In the past 10 days, Little Beast's body grew a little more. It was no longer bloated nor similar to a black bear. Little Beast's head resembled that of a dog's while its figure resembled a tiger's. Pitch black, it had no fur and upon retracting its claws, it could walk without a single sound. Su Zimo examined Little Beast's claws and teeth carefully, be it in terms of structure or sharpness, it was something he had never seen before. Furthermore, Little Beast had displayed signs of its terrifying combat talent while it was playing in the past couple of days. That combat talent seemed to be an instinct. Extremely sharp claws and teeth, keen sense of smell, robust strength, explosive power, terrifying combat talent. A demon beast as such was practically born to kill. In front of Su Zimo, Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane, Little Beast was extremely docile and adorable. However, late in the night, it would stand up quietly and patrol the cave abode, surveying with an icy stare. Occasionally, Little Beast would stand outside the cave abode and look up at the full moon, emitting an inexplicable aura that was vicissitude and mysterious. It was like a god walking through the mortal realms at night. "How about, we call you Night Spirit from now on?" Su Zimo mumbled. Chapter 213, Three Great Legacy Disciples. Chapter 213, Three Great Legacy Disciples. For the next half a month, Su Zimo discovered that Night Spirit, the mysterious little beast, was extremely picky with its food. It did not touch the flesh of ordinary demon beasts at all. When it came to ancient remnant beasts, Night Spirit would choose to eat some. It did not seem like it enjoyed them either, eating very little. Su Zimo did not give much thought to it, merely assuming that they had not found the right food. After all, most demon beasts would not eat every other demon beasts as well, they had their own preference too. Su Zimo planned to wait till Night Spirit was older before taking it out so that it could hunt on its own to see the type of demon beasts it preferred. As time went by, Night Spirit's body began to turn rougher as though something was growing out. A month later, the disheveled old man came for a sudden visit. "Zimo, I've got good news," he said with a smile the moment he entered. "Prepare yourself. 3 days later, when Xian and some of the elders are going to take you somewhere." "Huh? Where?" Su Zimo asked. 50 kilometers away from the sect exists Dongling Valley, a place with a unique terrain that is a natural spirit gathering spot. All the surrounding spirit chi in the area are gathered in the valley and injected into a spirit pool. The disheveled old man continued, "Every 10 years, when the spirit pool is filled, it will open once for the perfected foundation establishment cultivators of the sect to cultivate within. A single year of cultivation within is equivalent to 5 years outside." Su Zimo nodded. In that case, Dongling Valley was truly a blessed place. However, a doubt rose in Su Zimo's heart as he said, "Master, I'm not at perfected foundation establishment." The disheveled old man chuckled. This was initially none of your business indeed. However, Elder Chen made a suggestion to allow some of the inner sect disciples with immense talent and potential to cultivate within the spirit pool as well. In the main hall of Ethereal Palace, Elder Chen even mentioned your name specifically. "Oh?" Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He had only joined the inner sect for a short period of time and was mostly in seclusion. As such, he truly did not know who this Elder Chen was. The disheveled old man continued, "Zimo, when you see Elder Chen 3 days later, make sure to thank him properly." Su Zimo nodded. After returning to the sect, Su Zimo's schedule had been very packed. Apart from researching weapon refinement techniques, he had to work on the Candlelight sword formation while raising his immortality and demonic cultivation alongside taking care of Night Spirit. It was rare for him to have such an opportunity. Su Zimo could make use of this to put everything aside and focus on his cultivation so that he could make an early breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Su Zimo naturally could not take Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane along with him for this trip. Moreover, Dongling Valley was a place for immortality cultivators and it was useless even if Monkey and the others joined him. However, when it heard that Su Zimo was going to leave, Night Spirit hia-ed non-stop and insisted on tagging along no matter what. After hesitating for a long time, Su Zimo's heart softened and he finally agreed to it. For the past month, under Su Zimo's strict orders, Night Spirit had not taken a single step out of the cave abode. It's probably time for it to take a look at the world outside. At that thought, Su Zimo stuffed Night Spirit inside his robes and instructed for it to not come out before leaving the cave abode. The gathering spot was the front peak of the sect. Upon arriving, Su Zimo caught sight of two familiar faces. Little Fatty and Leng Ro. "Bro, here." Little Fatty waved to him. Leng Ro nodded slightly and greeted, "Junior Brother Su." Given Leng Ro's character, the fact that she would take the initiative to greet someone was already unprecedented. It had been a while since they last met and both Little Fatty and Leng Ro were at late-stage Foundation establishment. Of course, that did not mean that Su Zimo's cultivation speed was not fast enough. It was the opposite. Su Zimo's cultivation speed was already extremely fast. Despite spending a good half of his efforts on elixir and weapon refinement, formations and demonic cultivation, his immortality cultivation realm did not fall behind. Beside Little Fatty and Leng Ro stood 30-odd inner sect disciples. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. These inner sect disciples were all at late-stage Foundation establishment. Su Zimo raised his brows but did not say anything. As time passed by, more cultivators arrived gradually. Surveying from the beginning, be it the cultivators that arrived first or later on, Su Zimo realized that he was the only mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo sensed an unusual aura and felt that something was amiss. If this Dongling Valley trip was based on one's cultivation, late-stage Foundation establishment disciples should be ranked before him who was at mid-stage Foundation establishment. If it was in terms of potential and endowment, why was it that other than him, the rest were all at late-stage and perfected Foundation establishment? The arrangement was filled with conflict no matter how he looked at it. Look! Those are the three great legacy disciples of our sect. Little Fatty gave a low cry and pointed at three people who were flying over not far away. The gray-robed cultivator on the left is Ji Ching Tian and it said that he's a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. Typically, perfected Foundation establishment cultivators would be referred to by the number of meridians they have unlocked. The blue-robed cultivator on the right is Luo Yi and he's also a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. In the middle is the leader of the three great legacy disciples, Qin Yu. He's at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and is also the true number 1 of the inner sect. I even heard from Master that Qin Yu has a chance of unlocking the 6th Meridian before the sect competition. Normally, one would have an extremely high chance of forming a core if they had 4 Meridians unlocked. In the sect competition, 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had a chance of ranking in the top 10 while 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were a shoo-in for the top 10. As for 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, it was considered to be very good if 1 or 2 of them appeared in the once every 10 years sect competition. From that viewpoint, one could understand the preciousness of one of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills, Ethereal Foundation Establishment Manual. Cultivating Ethereal Foundation Establishment would ensure at least 4 unlocked meridians. Thereafter, it would depend on the cultivator's own endowment, talent, perceptiveness and fate. Through thousands of years, there had indeed been disciples of the sect who had unlocked 6 meridians. In Tianhuang mainland, even if those at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment continued cultivating till they were 100 years old, they might not be able to unlock the 7th Meridian. If they wanted to progress, they had to enter the ancient battlefield. That was the only place where they could obtain heavenly defying opportunities and lock their 7th, even 8th meridians. The reason why cultivators wanted to unlock as many meridians as possible wasn't only because of the increase in strength, it was preparation for core formation. The quality of a golden core formed from 4 meridians was naturally incomparable to the quality of one formed from 5 meridians. The quality of a golden core of 5 meridians was incomparable to a golden core of 6 meridians. It was said that once the quality of a golden core reaches a certain level, the spirit energy in their bodies would achieve a harmony with the heavens and earth, and a phenomenon that would shock the world would be born. That was the famous golden core phenomenon of the cultivation world. Chapter 214, Change of Weather. Chapter 214, Change of Weather. Throughout history, there had been countless cultivators who had formed a core. However, none of them achieved a golden core phenomenon. As everyone had different learnings and experiences, their understanding of core formation as well as number of meridians unlocked were different as well. The many different factors would form various golden core phenomenons. The power formed by the golden core phenomenons were different as well. Some phenomenons were so mighty that they could shake the world and form tsunamis upon release. However, some other phenomenons were relatively weaker. As the saying goes, a phenomenon is bound to occur when 8 meridians are unlocked. However, unlocking 8 meridians was as difficult as ascending the skies itself. Thousands of years ago, including the founder master of Ethereal Peak, there had only been a single person who had unlocked all 8 meridians. That was none other than the owner of the mystic gold silk armor, the terrifying expert who left the Void Thunder manual behind. Come, let's go greet them. It's not easy to see these 3 senior brothers. Little Fatty brought Su Zimo over and cupped his fists, smiling. Greetings, senior brothers. Qin Yu and the other 2 swept their gazes past Little Fatty swiftly. Pausing at Su Zimo for a brief moment, they turned to the side with a cold expression. Little Fatty laughed embarrassedly. When he saw how the trio reacted, Su Zimo dispelled the thought of greeting them as well. Some of the other perfected, 1 and 2 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators looked at Su Zimo and the others with unfriendly gazes as well. Heh, you can't blame them. Little Fatty explained, the spirit energy in the spirit pool is limited. An additional person means that the cultivation speed of the others will drop as well. We were initially not meant to be part of this Dongling Valley trip. Now, it's as good as us stealing their cultivation resources. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. Leng Ro shook her head. The spirit pool belongs to the sect and it's not theirs. Furthermore, we're also disciples of the sect. Even though that's the case, that might not be what they think, Little Fatty said with a bitter smile. Before long, a purple-robed and haughty-looking man arrived on his flying sword with a number of sect disciples accompanying him. Feng Haoyu. It had to be said that Feng Haoyu's cultivation speed was fast indeed. He had already reached perfected foundation establishment by now. Feng Haoyu looked around and actually walked over when he caught sight of Su Zimo. Long time no see, junior brother Su. He arrived before Su Zimo and said with a fake smile. This was the first time they were meeting after his defeat to Su Zimo at Spirit Peaks Arena. Su Zimo looked at Feng Haoyu with a calm silence. There was something odd about this. Feng Haoyu had stopped him twice in private previously. Both times, Su Zimo was alerted by his spirit perception towards Feng Haoyu's killing intents. Yet, Feng Haoyu was now greeting him as though nothing was wrong. Given this person's vengeful nature, would he lower his status and do such a thing? There must be something going on when things occur out of the ordinary. Feng Haoyu smiled and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Su? You're not even interested in talking to me?" This time, Feng Haoyu was truly smiling as though something was making him extremely happy. Was it because he was entering Dongling Valley to cultivate? Probably not. Right then, 3 figures appeared at the same time from not far away. The person in the middle was Wuxia, Spirit Peak's master. He was wearing white robes and traveled through the skies elegantly. The other two were golden cores as well, elders of the sect. Wuxia swept his gaze across the disciples below and nodded his head before waving his sleeves. A spirit vessel appeared and expanded with the wind in the blink of an eye. It had enough space to accommodate hundreds of people. Come on up. Wuxia and the two elders boarded the spirit vessel first and stood at the bow. The many disciples flew to the spirit vessel on their flying swords with excited expressions. Cultivators that could board this spirit vessel were all disciples recognized by the sect. That fact was enough to make others envious. Turning into a beam of light, the spirit vessel tore through the skies at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo, Little Fatty, and Leng Ro stood together and they could feel the wind howl in their ears while the scenery reversed quickly. Sweeping his gaze across the two sect elders, Su Zimo asked softly, "Which of them is Elder Chen?" Little Fatty pointed at the one on the right. "The one in black robes is Elder Chen and the one on the left is Elder Yu." "What's up, bro?" "It's nothing." Su Zimo replied, "I merely heard that it's thanks to Elder Chen's suggestion that we're able to take part in this spirit pool cultivation trip." "Yes, I heard about that too." Little Fatty chuckled. "Elder Chen sure is a nice person." Su Zimo smiled and did not reply. After a while, he felt increasingly uneasy. There was a nagging feeling that something was wrong but he could not point it out. Passing through the crowd, Su Zimo arrived at the bow of the ship and bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Peak Master Wuxia and elders. I am Su Zimo." Wuxia lowered his glance slightly and nodded. The two elders turned back with a questioning look as well. "Seniors, I am somewhat worried." "What?" Wuxia's tone was cold and he was indifferent. Due to his relationship with Feng Haoyu, Wuxia had always had a prejudice against Su Zimo. Su Zimo continued, "Almost all the core disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm from our sect are present for this Dongling Valley trip. If anything happens, it'll be a significant blow to our sect. We'll definitely not be able to compete for the rankings at the sect competition 3 years later." As he spoke, Su Zimo kept an eye out for the three of their expressions. When he heard that, Elder Yu could not help but laugh. "Go on back. You don't have to worry about this." Wuxia replied coldly, "Do you know what it means for anyone to kill the Foundation Establishment core disciples of our sect? Which sect would have the guts to commit an act as such within the Great Zhou dynasty's territory?" Elder Yu chuckled too. "Even though the spirit pool of Dongling Valley only opens up once in 10 years, how could any outsiders know of the exact date?" Even though Elder Chen remained silent, there were no changes in his emotions and he was still expressionless. Unable to have any red, Su Zimo frowned and returned to where he was. 6 hours later, a valley ahead could be faintly seen. "We're here." Arriving above the valley, the spirit vessel descended slowly and many cultivators leaped down. There were 2 golden cores watching over Dongling Valley. Coupled with Wuxia and the 2 elders, there were now 5 golden cores from Ethereal Peak guarding this place. In the middle of Dongling Valley was a spirit pool where the water surface shimmered brightly and emitted a rich spirit chi. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, Su Zimo and the rest could clearly feel it. "This is truly a blessed place." Little Fatty let out an intoxicated expression as he took a deep breath and praised. "Foo-foo." Feng Haoyu laughed and said meaningfully, "Everyone, do enjoy yourselves well." Right then, dark clouds appeared outside of Dongling Valley, moving over at an extremely fast speed. Within the dark clouds were even red specks of light that sparkled sinisterly. The weather had changed. Chapter 215, Trap. Chapter 215, Trap. Oh. Wen Xian's expression changed as he looked to the direction of the incoming black clouds with a narrowed gaze. When Su Zimo saw the black clouds, he frowned and felt a sense of déjà vu. The black clouds were moving at an extremely fast speed and shimmered with sinister red lights. They did not seem like clouds, but rather spirit mine, blood-eyed crows. The so-called black clouds were actually countless crows surging over. Those red lights were the eyes of the crows. Su Zimo recalled the battle outside of Linfeng City and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful. They are the people from the spirit mine outside Linfeng City. They're from the fiend sects. Are they here for revenge?" Wen Xian narrowed his eyes and killing intent exuded from him. To everyone from Ethereal Peak, the tragedy that happened at Linfeng City was committed by the fiend sections. However, Su Zimo knew from Demoness Ji that even the fiend sects did not have such vicious methods and cultivation techniques. On that point, he believed in Demoness Ji. Even though she appeared to be frivolous in her actions, she knew her limits and bore with her the pride of the fiend sections. If it was something done by those of the fiend sects, she would not deny it. Su Zimo looked at little Fatty and Leng Ro, saying in a low voice, "If the situation isn't right later, quickly escape." "What?" Little Fatty was shocked. Leng Ro frowned slightly as well. Both of them had yet to realize the danger. To them, the sect had 5 golden cores here along with a group of top Foundation establishment cultivators. Such powerful strength was more than enough to wipe out some minor sects, so why would they need to fear the incoming aggressors? Su Zimo did not say anything, merely looking at Feng Haoyu and Elder Chen before drawing a flying sword from his storage bag. That was the supreme-grade flying sword created for him by Extreme Fire Dao Lord. During this period of time, Su Zimo spent most of his efforts researching weapon tempering techniques, understanding the Candlelight sword formation and raising his cultivation. He did not have the time to refine any weapons. This flying sword was the only graded spirit weapon in his storage bag. Before long, the clouds arrived above Dongling Valley. Countless blood-eyed crows spiraled above, covering the skies and emitting thick, demonic qi. Their cultivations were not weaker than the Foundation establishment cultivators. The sky darkened immediately. Many of the Ethereal Peak disciples in the valley looked terrible as fear flashed across their eyes. After all, a scene as such was way too shocking that it left one shuddering in fear. The eyes of the crows emitted a blood-red glow as they hissed constantly, glaring at the cultivators below as though they could dive down and rip everyone apart at any moment. Little Fatty's face turned pale as he gulped and said with a grim expression, "There's more of these darned creatures compared to back then." At the entrance of Dongling Valley, a gigantic spirit vessel sped over and hundreds of cultivators leaped down from it. Among them, there were more than 10 golden cores. The rest were all Foundation establishment cultivators of varying levels. However, their numbers were several times more than the Ethereal Peak disciples. Coupled with the sea of blood-eyed crows above them. Be it in terms of golden cores or Foundation establishment cultivators, Ethereal Peak was definitely disadvantaged. This was a trap. There was no way out of this situation. Of the hundreds of cultivators from the spirit vessel, their leader was a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator. He wore a set of red robes with a crow etched on his sleeve. Bearing a pale complexion, he twitched his lips and smiled evilly. The 10 golden cores surrounded him, protecting him in the middle. "Who are you?" Wen Xian glared at the blood-robed cultivator as he held a talisman in his left hand. A flying sword hovered in front of him and his tone was cold. "Fu-fu." The blood-robed cultivator chuckled and said leisurely, "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be nervous. I did not come with any ill intentions. If you guys are willing to cooperate, I'm even going to present a great opportunity for all of you." With a slight pause, he changed the topic with an icy tone, "But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for starting a massacre." Wen Xian's fingers moved as he conjured his spirit, causing spirit energy to swirl around his fingertips. He was ready to strike. Elder Yu stood up with a grim expression and shook his head, saying deeply, "Don't be rash. If we end up fighting, our disciples are going to die easily at this place. Let's check on his background first." Raising his voice, Elder Yu asked, "Fellow Taoist, how may I address you?" "Regarding that, I'm quite a casual person." The blood-robed cultivator smiled faintly. "You may address me as young master or master. It's up to you, I won't force you." Elder Yu's expression turned terrible. Be it young master or master, it implied that he had to submit to this blood-robed cultivator. Elder Yu was a golden core after all, and there was no way he would accede to such a ridiculous request. "Junior, this place is less than 50 kilometers from Ethereal Sect. If I were to send a message using my spirit crane, it won't be long before our sect sends reinforcements. Don't get cocky now," Elder Yu said with a deep voice. "Ha ha ha." The blood-robed cultivator burst out into laughter. "Old dog, I tried to give you face, but you're trying to throw it away. First, with my blood crow army, your spirit crane is never going to be sent out. Second, even if you manage to send out a spirit crane, you guys are not going to last long enough." Wen Xian harumphed coldly. "Elder Yu, there's no need to waste your breath on him. Since they're from a fiend sect, all of them shall be punished. We're not from the fiend sections." The blood-robed cultivator laughed coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you shall be killed without mercy. No one will be spared. Oh, right. There's someone named Su Zimo among you guys. Whether or not you submit to me, I'll suppress you personally and torture you to death bit by bit, he 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 he." The blood-robed cultivator let out a series of sinister laughter. "Submit?" Wen Xian smiled as well. "Ask for permission from the sword in my hand first." Right then, the blood-robed cultivator raised his head suddenly and said calmly, "What are you waiting for?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Zimo was alarmed and yelled, "Everyone, disperse. There's spies in the sect." Wen Xian was the first to react and crushed the protection talisman in his left hand immediately. A barrier of light instantly rose and enveloped him. Clang! There was a crisp sound. Sparks flew everywhere. A flying sword struck Wen Xian's protective barrier, causing it to tremble and nearly collapse. It was clear how strong that attack was. It was a mere centimeter gap. If Wen Xian had been slightly slower, he would have been a dead man. In fact, the reason why Wen Xian was the first to react was because of Su Zimo's question earlier on the spirit vessel. At that time, Wen Xian wasn't bothered about it. However, when he saw the arrival of such powerful forces along with a trap as such laid out, Wen Xian vaguely realized that there might be spies in the sect and became wary. Otherwise, there was no way their trip to Dongling Valley today could be leaked out. Of course, the conjecture was a little vague and Wen Xian did not have time to verify it. Right at the moment when the blood-robed cultivator said that sentence along with Su Zimo's yell, Wen Xian crushed his protection talisman without a second thought. When he sensed the terrifying attack behind him, Wen Xian understood that he had just walked by the gates of hell and could not help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 216, Situation. Chapter 216, Situation. Elder Chen, Yu. A sect elder at the side looked at Elder Chen who had just struck at Wen Xian with widened eyes. He asked in confusion before realizing what was going on. However, the moment he said that, his expression changed and finally understood what had happened. Someone had betrayed the sect. That person was Elder Chen before him who was hidden in their midst. A gust of cold air rushed up from his back as that elder retreated instinctively. Placing his palm on his storage bag, he withdrew a protection talisman. However, Elder Chen was even faster. The moment his attack failed to kill Wen Xian, Elder Chen swapped away his flying sword immediately and conjured a seal with his left hand, producing a resplendent glow. Swash! A spirit art and flying sword descended at the same time. The sect elder's reaction was slightly slower and his throat was sliced by the sword before he could crush the protection talisman. There were flashes of blood. A golden core fell from midair, life dissipating from his body as his eyes were filled with indignance and frustration. Traitor! Wen Xian hollered as his sleeves swayed in rage. A tremendous amount of spirit energy was almost materialized, surging over like a tidal wave with a terrifying momentum. Within that gigantic wave, there was even a sharp light that was hard to detect hidden within. Hee hee. Elder Chen let out a strange laugh. With that successful strike, he turned to escape without hesitation and crushed a protection talisman immediately. At the same time, Elder Chen conjured spirit with his hands, causing the spirit energy of a late-stage golden core to condense together instantly. Waving his hands, a glow burst forth and mist rose. Bang! Boom! Boom! The glowing mist clashed with the surging wave, creating a deafening bang. Wen Xian's spirit energy wave was clearly superior to Elder Chen's glow. Poof! There was a crisp sound as though something was broken. Elder Chen's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, a bloody wound had already appeared on his arm. Unknowingly, the protective barrier around him was penetrated by a superior-grade flying sword that was shimmering with spirit light. That superior-grade flying sword was hidden in that spirit energy wave. Mysterious and formless, no one noticed when it appeared. Clang! Opposite, a black-robed middle-aged man harumphed coldly. He took a half-step forward and tapped his finger lightly, causing a flying sword to speed out. Hovering in midair, four brilliant rays of light burst forth from the sword. For spirit patterns, a supreme-grade flying sword. Colliding against Wen Xian's superior-grade flying sword, the supreme-grade flying sword shone with spirit light, it was hard to tell who was superior. Elder Chen seized the chance to escape. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Wen Xian narrowed his gaze and beckoned gently, sending his superior-grade flying sword back to him. The black-robed golden core's cultivation was similar to his, they were both at perfected golden core. Furthermore, Wen Xian felt a sense of pressure from that person. Of the 10-odd golden cores on the other end, the two black-robed cultivators standing beside the blood-robed cultivator were the strongest. Both of their eyes were filled with a faint green light that looked extremely sinister. One of them was the golden core who had just attacked. The other person emitted a thick demonic qi. From that aura, he should be a spirit demon at golden core realm. Once demons cultivate their inner cores, their skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, facial features and 5 senses will undergo another transformation. This transformation would rejuvenate the demons and allow them to take on human form, speaking in human tongue. Those two were the blood slaves of Blood Crow Palace's lord sent to protect the young master, Yu Fei and Peng Fei. Barely escaping, Elder Chen arrived beside the blood-robed cultivator. He looked at Wen Xian with a malicious, cold gaze and snarled, as expected of Spirit Peak's master. You're already at level 3 of Ethereal Sword. Impressive, impressive. Ethereal Sword was one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills and there were 3 levels to it. Level 1, Shadows. As the flying sword sped forth, it would leave a series of afterimages in the air. Impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion, it was effective in confusing the enemy. Back when Feng Haoyu fought with Su Zimo, he had mastered Level 1, Shadows. Level 2, Void. Due to the extreme speed of the flying sword, it would be almost merged into the void, turning almost imperceptible and one would be hard-pressed to notice it with their naked eyes. Level 3, Ethereal. At this point, it wasn't just the flying sword's speed that would have reached its peak, turning void and impossible to detect. By now, the cultivator would have reached a level of sword manipulation mastery such that they could control it as their minds willed with extreme proficiency. Extremely fast with a void sword that was unpredictable, the attack would be ethereal. Level 3 was the most difficult to cultivate. In Ethereal Peak, only golden cores who had mastered level 3 of Ethereal Sword were qualified to be Spirit Peak's master. Furthermore, almost every generation of Spirit Peak's masters were the strongest of the golden cores in Ethereal Peak. Even though he was guarded by the protection talisman, Elder Chen was injured by Wen Xian's sword as well. If Peng Fei had not blocked the second strike, Elder Chen would have died on the spot. Changing the topic, Elder Chen sneered, however, all of you will have to die here today. No one will be able to leave. You can try. Wen Xian was not afraid, standing in the air in front of the many Ethereal Peak disciples. Right then, Wen Xian, Elder Yu and another sect elder were the only golden cores on the side of Ethereal Peak. On the opposing end, including Elder Chen, there were 11 golden cores. Suddenly, another situation occurred. Feng Haoyu, who was in the crowd, suddenly attacked. 3 spirit patterns coruscated on his sword. It was a superior grade flying sword. It streaked through the crowd, causing blood to spill. One of the 3 great legacy disciples, Luo Yi, who was standing not far away from Feng Haoyu, did not react in time. Astonishment filled his eyes as his head was lopped up. Until the moment of his death, he still hadn't realized what had happened. That attack was a reaping of lives. Disciple after another collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to rest in peace. The many Ethereal Peak disciples were not prepared in the slightest bit. Even though Su Zimo had warned loudly earlier on, Elder Chen's betrayal still caused a sect elder to die. When Wen Xian took action, the intense clash between 2 golden cores drew everyone's attention to it. Su Zimo felt his scalp tingle as he watched on with gritted teeth. A murderous killing intent rose in his heart and his eyes were filled with boundless coldness, causing an extremely terrifying aura to exude from his body. In reality, Su Zimo had already vaguely guessed that Elder Chen and Feng Haoyu were the spies. However, that was just his speculation. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not know whether there were other traitors beside those 2. That was why Su Zimo reminded everyone to disperse because there were spies in the sect. He never expected that his reminder would still fail to save his fellow sect mates who had died. Those that died were the ones standing closest to Feng Haoyu. In other words, they were the followers of Feng Haoyu's group. Right now, Feng Haoyu was slashing them down mercilessly without hesitation. His eyes were filled with nothing but coldness and cruelty. That initially handsome face of Feng Haoyu was now extremely hideous and menacing. Among them, the one who suffered the greatest blow was Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian. Feng Haoyu was someone that he had deemed as his personal disciple and imparted his entire life's learnings to. Even that superior grade flying sword in Feng Haoyu's hands was a gift from Wen Xian. Most Foundation establishment cultivators would only have nothing more than a middle-grade flying sword. Even as Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian was only using a superior-grade flying sword as well. The fact that he gave Feng Haoyu a superior-grade flying sword was proof of how highly he regarded and loved the latter. And yet... Chapter 217, Clash of Phenomenons. Chapter 217, Clash of Phenomenons. Haoyu, I haven't treated you badly and our sect hasn't let you down either. Why? Give me a reason as to why you betrayed the sect. Wen Xian turned around, quivering as his gaze flashed with rage, shock, confusion, and deep disappointment. Elder Chen's betrayal did not crush Wen Xian. However, Feng Haoyu's betrayal was an immense blow to Wen Xian mentally. Back when Feng Haoyu was only at Qi Condensation Realm, when Xian requested for the sect master to impart ethereal sword to Feng Haoyu in advance. Within the inner sect, other than the three great legacy disciples, Feng Haoyu was the only Foundation establishment cultivator who had learned all three major secret skills. Betray? Feng Haoyu scoffed coldly, I'm not from Ethereal Peak to begin with. The reason why I joined Ethereal Peak was just to learn the three major secret skills. In other words, I've never ever thought of you as my master. Sinful disciple. When Xian hollered coldly, I'll kill you today. We'll talk about that if you can survive today, old dog, Feng Haoyu sneered. All of a sudden, the two elders beside Wen Xian exclaimed, watch out. Elder Yu and the other sect elder attacked simultaneously to intercept two incoming flying swords. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right then, Peng Fei, the golden core beside the blood-robed cultivator, suddenly strode forth. His expression was ice-cold and the spirit energy around him started to surge. A sinister black gust of wild wind appeared around Peng Fei, howling by as sand covered the skies. When he saw that, Elder Yu's expression changed starkly. The other sect elder's pupils constricted violently and his movements slowed down. His flying sword was swept into the black wind and the sound of countless fine sand striking the sword could be heard. Cling! Clang! Crack! In almost the blink of an eye, the flying sword shattered and its spirit light dimmed, plummeting from the skies. That superior-grade flying sword could not last more than a breath within that black wind. When he saw that, Su Zimo was shocked. Elder Yu's expression turned terrible as he said slowly, Golden Core Phenomenon. Bone-corroding black wind. So, that's a Golden Core Phenomenon. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Even though he had heard about how terrifying Golden Core phenomenons were, this was the first time he had seen one. Of Golden Cores, only very few could cultivate a Golden Core phenomenon. Those that possessed the Golden Core phenomenons could crush any Golden Cores with no phenomenons. Be it at the Qi condensation, Foundation establishment or Golden Core realms, the energy source was spirit Qi and energy. The methods they used for cultivation and killing were all spirit arts. A Golden Core phenomenon was the epitome of all spirit arts. It reigned supreme across all spirit arts. Therefore, those who had the Golden Core phenomenons beneath nascent soul realm were all the strongest Golden Core perfected beings. Go to hell. Peng Fei's voice was ice-cold as he waved his sleeves, causing a huge vortex to form within the black wind. It was like an ancient beast opening its mouth, threatening to devour the Ethereal Peak sect elder within. Wen Xian wanted to save him, but it was too late. Snap! The protection talisman on the sect elder shattered instantaneously. Ah! A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Against the black wind, the sect elder's body began to dissipate. Within a few seconds, there was only a pitch-black skeleton with no signs of life left. Ah! It was yet another shriek. A golden core of Blood Crow Palace was suddenly struck by a shower of rain, causing countless bloodied holes to appear all over his body. Riddled with holes, that person's gaze was dim as he fell from the skies, it was clear he wouldn't be able to survive. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. It was only then that everyone heard the sound of rain falling. It got heavier, clearer and evidently more hurried. Where did the rain come from? Everyone turned towards the sound. Around Wen Xian, it was suddenly raining cats and dogs with a heavy downpour. The raindrops were as long as swords, exuding an extremely intense sharpness. Golden Core Phenomenon, Ethereal Sword Rain. Against Wen Xian's Golden Core phenomenon, the Golden Cores of Blood Crow Palace were defenseless and perished on the spot as well. The reason why Wen Xian could maintain his cool despite 10 Golden Cores on the other end alongside Elder Chen's betrayal was because he was at perfected Golden Core and had even cultivated a Golden Core phenomenon. Even if there were 10 golden cores on the other end, Wen Xian was confident that he could kill all of them later on. That was the power of a golden core phenomenon. The moment Peng Fei displayed his golden core phenomenon, Wen Xian realized that the situation wasn't right. To be precise, it was extremely serious and was a matter of life and death. The golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei, was calm and cold as he protected the blood-robed youth to descend to the ground. Scoffing coldly, the blood-robed youth waved his hand. Split up the battlefield, Peng Fei. Kill the 2 remaining golden cores in the air as soon as possible and leave the rest of the Foundation establishment cultivators to us. Understood. Peng Fei, who was in midair, nodded. On the ground, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace wrapped around Yu Fei and the blood-robed youth, charging towards the many ethereal peak disciples. Do not fight. Quickly break out of the encirclement and inform the sect. When he saw that, Wen Xian bellowed and gave the order decisively. Right now, he and Elder Yu were barely able to fend for themselves, they could not get out and provide support. What the blood-robed youth meant by splitting up the battlefield was for Peng Fei and the other golden cores to hold and kill Wen Xian and Elder Yu in midair. The other Foundation establishment cultivators would then massacre everyone else on the ground. That way, be it in terms of the fight between the golden cores or Foundation establishment cultivators, Blood Crow Palace would have complete advantage over the situations. Break out of the encirclement? The blood-robed youth reared his head and roared into laughter. Stop dreaming. I had no intention of letting you guys leave this place alive today. None of you shall escape. Bang! 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 At that moment, Peng Fei's bone-corroding black wind collided against Wen Xian's ethereal sword rain and created a deafening bang. The 2 completely different phenomena powers clashed in midair, causing a terrifying sight. Both their golden core phenomenons were similar in strength and it was difficult to tell who would take the immediate lead. Apart from Peng Fei, Blood Crow Palace had 9 other golden cores. However, there was only Elder Yu beside Wen Xian. Kill! Elder Chen hollered and took the initiative, attacking without mercy. Gritting his teeth, Elder Yu defended with all his might. However, he fell into a disadvantage almost immediately and was in a dire situation. Bombarded by dangers, Elder Yu could die at any moment. When he saw that, Wen Xian let out a long roar and frantically channeled his golden core, sending spirit energy endlessly into his phenomenon recklessly. Splash! Waving his sleeves, Wen Xian's endless sword rain enveloped Elder Chen as well. You must be courting death. Peng Fei harumphed coldly and the black wind gusted, almost forming a hurricane that connected to the heavens as it sucked in the falling sword rain. Poof! 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 The 2 different phenomena powers clashed once more, interlacing with one another and becoming more intense. Wen Xian's face was pale and his body swayed. At that moment, it was akin to him facing off against 10 golden cores alone. Moreover, one of those golden cores had a golden core phenomenon. He could not hold on for long. Chapter 218, Escape. Chapter 218, Escape. On the ground, countless Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace swarmed over. Wen Xian and Elder Yu were occupied in the air and could not extricate themselves. Given the situation, there was only a clear option for the ethereal peak disciples: escape. Furthermore, they did not have much time left. Once Wen Xian and Elder Yu could not hold on any longer, their opponents would no longer be just the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground, the golden cores would come after them as well. Hurry, let's go. The leader of the legacy disciples, Qin Yu, roared and turned to escape, not daring to linger. The other legacy disciple, Ji Chengtian, followed closely behind. Many ethereal sword disciples flew on their swords as they scattered and fled towards the outsides of Dongling Valley. "Bro, senior sister Leng. Let's flee." Little Fatty shouted, nervous and sweating profusely. Leng Ro nodded. Both of them looked toward Su Zimo instinctively. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze was narrowed as he let out a chilling killing intent. Wielding the supreme-grade flying sword in his palm, it trembled continuously. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that the smartest thing to do right now was to escape from this place. However, he was indignant. "You guys go ahead first. I'm going to kill him." Su Zimo waved his sleeves and the supreme-grade flying sword in his palm shone with 4 dazzling beams of light. With a swoosh, it tore through the air and pierced towards Feng Haoyu. Bang! At the same time, Su Zimo took a step forward with his left foot and landed heavily on the ground. Exerting strength in both legs, he was like a divine steed, dashing madly, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Oh! Feng Haoyu sensed an extremely sharp aura akin to a beam stabbing on his back. The air was ripped apart, letting out strange, hissing noises. Furrowing his brows, Feng Haoyu turned his flying sword and channeled ethereal sword without thinking twice. Swoosh! His sword quivered and entered the voids. Because it was so fast, the superior-grade flying sword was almost melded into the void and became translucent, almost impossible to detect. In terms of sword-wielding technique, Feng Haoyu was indeed far superior compared to Su Zimo. Clang! Feng Haoyu's flying sword arrived first and managed to block Su Zimo's sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Supreme-grade flying sword. Noticing the 4 spirit patterns on Su Zimo's flying sword, Feng Haoyu's gaze turned fervent with a trace of greed. "Feng Haoyu, hand your life over." Su Zimo's voice boomed out like thunder and his aura was torrential. Bearing a deadly killing intent, he possessed an indomitable force that came crashing down. Feng Haoyu's expression changed starkly. "Su Zimo, how dare you!" Feng Haoyu had not expected that instead of escaping, Su Zimo would choose to charge at the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that he was no match for Feng Haoyu when it came to sword-wielding technique. Even with the supreme-grade flying sword, he would only be able to tie with Feng Haoyu at most if they were to have a sword fight. Hence, the reason why Su Zimo summoned his flying sword was merely to serve as a distraction for Feng Haoyu. His true killing move was still behind. Right now, Su Zimo was less than 5 steps away from Feng Haoyu. Given this distance, even if Feng Haoyu was at perfected Foundation establishment, he would have to die of regret. Boom! With a backhand punch, Su Zimo's right arm drew a gigantic arc in the air as he punched his fist like a seal, compressing the air and erupting into a deafening bang. Feng Haoyu did not have time to dodge and crushed a protection talisman in his hand instantly. A barrier of light rose up. Bang! The seal slammed heavily against the barrier with a supreme might. Snap! A Grade 2 protection talisman was destroyed by Su Zimo with a single punch. Pust! Gasping, Feng Haoyu's pupils constricted furiously. Su Zimo's gaze was ice-cold, his eyes laden with killing intent. Taking a step forth, he threw another punch. That single punch sealed all of Feng Haoyu's escape paths. Whoosh! Feng Haoyu spun around furiously and a pair of huge wings extended strangely from his back. Unlike real wings, his wings were formed by a secret skill to condense spirit energy. That secret skill was none other than one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major ones, ethereal wings. Ethereal wings was considered as a support technique. With that, Foundation establishment cultivators could soar through the air without the help of any external objects, just like golden cores. Compared to sword kinesis flight, ethereal wings made one even more agile. Used appropriately, the increase to a cultivator's strength would be extremely obvious. Given the situation, Feng Haoyu turned and fled. If he were to run on the ground, he would not be able to escape Su Zimo's pursuit. If he were to use sword kinesis flight, he had to summon his flying sword and there would be a delay in that. The only way he could escape alive was by making use of ethereal wings. Swish! The wings flapped as Feng Haoyu soared into the skies and sped through the air. That change had completely exceeded Su Zimo's expectations. Seeing that he was about to punch into air, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and leaped into the skies by making use of the rebound force. Crackle! At the same time, his tendons and bones resonated at the same time and his right arm suddenly expanded by an entire foot. Using his fist like a palm, he grabbed at Feng Haoyu's back. Shing! Blood filled the air. Ah! A tragic cry was heard in midair. A large piece of flesh was ripped off from Feng Haoyu's left leg, revealing his bones and tendons in a shocking manner. If Feng Haoyu had been any slower, his entire heart would have been ripped out. Su Zimo landed on the ground. Flapping his ethereal wings, Feng Haoyu's face was pale and cold sweat trickled down his face. He escaped to the side of the blood-robed youth, panting heavily as he looked back with lingering fear. At that moment, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace had already rushed up, causing flying swords and spirit arts to rain down. The blood-robed youth was not the only one beside Feng Haoyu, there was the Golden Core Spirit Demon as well. It was no longer practical for Su Zimo to rush up and slay Feng Haoyu. Gritting his teeth, he retreated. Swoosh! The supreme-grade flying sword tore through the voids and returned to Su Zimo's side while slaying a Foundation establishment cultivator at the same time. Bang! Another Foundation establishment cultivator rushed over and was met with a casual punch by Su Zimo that caused his entire body to explode as he died on the spot. Splash! Churning his bloodline, a terrifying tsunami sound came from within Su Zimo's body, gushing rapidly in a frightening manner. In the vast crowd, Su Zimo was like an ancient demon with an overwhelming aura. Poof! 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 He strode forth with the plow heaven stride. Instantly, the many cultivators in front of him exploded on the spot as their flesh splattered, leaving nothing but corpses and a river of blood on the ground. Stepping on the corpses and river of blood, Su Zimo was like a god of death, charging towards the outside of Dongling Valley. Oh! Not far away, the blood-robed youth's gaze landed on Su Zimo. He exclaimed softly as he looked on with curiosity. What a powerful bloodline! Interesting. Who is that? The blood-robed youth asked. Gulping, Feng Haoyu replied with a deep voice, that is Su Zimo. He's the one that killed your blood slave outside of Linfeng City. I've finally found him. The blood-robed youth smirked in a lazy manner. It would be a pity if I killed someone with that bloodline just like that. I want to turn him into my blood slave. He shall bow to me as his master and be used by me for the rest of his life. Chapter 219, Slaying Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Chapter 219, Slaying Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Ah! 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 Not far away, screams could be heard. The blood-eyed crows that were initially hovering in the skies flapped their wings as demonic chi swirled around them. Rushing down, they circled the disciples of Ethereal Peak and bit them continuously. Every single blood-eyed crow had the strength of a Foundation establishment spirit demon. They possessed terrifying strength that could not be ignored. Any Ethereal Peak disciples that fell behind would be devoured cleanly by the blood-eyed crows in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but white bones. Before long, there were only a few dozen Ethereal Peak disciples left. Other than Su Zimo, all the other disciples that fell behind had all died. Qi Niu and Ji Qingtian, the two legacy disciples, were in a sorry state as they shouted with all their might to command the situation. With their efforts, they gathered the remaining dozens of disciples together and deployed their flying swords, spirit arts and talismans to weave out a defensive barrier, temporarily blocking the blood-eyed crows. However, the difference in strength between both sides was too great. The blood-eyed crows were endless, blotting out the skies and attacking the defensive barrier set by the ethereal peak disciples relentlessly. It was as if Qin Yu and the rest were walking through a swamp at an extremely slow speed as they sank deeper and deeper. It wouldn't last long. The moment Qin Yu and the others did not have enough spirit qi to continue or exposed any flaws, the entire defensive barrier would collapse. By then, the remaining dozens of people would turn into food for the blood-eyed crows. This was a complete massacre. With Elder Chen and Feng Haoyu as the spies, Blood Crow Palace had a complete grasp of ethereal peak strength for this trap and planned this trap meticulously. Blood Crow Palace did not give ethereal peak any chance at all. After all, the blood-robed youth and the golden core spirit demon were still watching idly by the sidelines and had yet to take any action. Once the two of them attacked, the last hope of everyone from ethereal peak would be extinguished as well. The only choice left for the cultivators of ethereal peak today was to turn into blood slaves for the blood-robed cultivator. No one would be able to leave this place alive. At that moment, the blood-robed youth gazed at Su Zimo, who was battling in the crowd, and nodded repeatedly, feeling increasingly satisfied. "Not bad, not bad," he said with a smile. "Only a cultivator as such is worthy to be my blood slave. He can follow me and conquer the ancient battlefield. Young master, do you want me to capture that lad?" Yu Fei, the golden core spirit demon behind the blood-robed youth, leaned in and asked with a cold expression. The blood-robed youth chuckled and waved it off. "There's no need to hurry. Let's wait and see. I'm curious about this Su Zimo's limits and how long he can last on the battlefield." Four Foundation establishment cultivators stood side by side, blocking Su Zimo's path forward. Bang! 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 There were sounds coming from the four of their bodies as spirit meridians surfaced on their bodies, illuminating through their robes. There were 2 1 Meridian, 1 2 Meridian and 1 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. To begin with, it was already ridiculous to have a cultivator with unlocked meridians fight a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Now, there were 4 cultivators with unlocked meridians and one of them was even at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment. The spirit energy of a 1 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was already superior to Su Zimo, let alone a 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo was definitely not a match for them in terms of brute strength. Furthermore, the 4 Meridian cultivators worked together in sync, interweaving their spirit arts and flying sword together to form an impenetrable trap to block Su Zimo's escape path. There was no way Su Zimo could escape at all. Hiss! 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 All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, causing a massive air current to surge down his throat with a faint pain. With a puffed-up chest, Su Zimo nearly took in all the surrounding air through a single breath. Anaconda Eclipse. At the same time, the thumb and middle of his left hand joined together to form a strange hand seal, causing spirit energy to circulate insanely within him. Even though the Fiend Suppression Seal was extremely strong, it consumed too much spirit energy. Once he used that move, Su Zimo would be left with almost no spirit energy. That was also why he waited till now before releasing it. Fiend Suppression Seal. A gigantic golden palm descended from the skies. The patterns on the palm could be seen clearly as it emitted a golden glow and tore through the layers of fog, crushing the bodies of many blood-eyed crows that it passed. Oh! The 4 Meridian cultivators narrowed their gazes and instantly recognized how formidable that hand seal was. However, the 4 of them were composed. With their eyesight, they were able to deduce that even though the power of that hand seal was immense, the spirit energy in Su Zimo's body was too little. He was unable to unleash the full might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. The combined strength of the four of them would be enough to destroy the Fiend Suppression Seal. Flying Immortal Art. Sky Capital Fist. Silver Frost. Cloud Tearing Finger. The four of them released their spirit arts at the same time, pointing it at the gigantic golden palm that was descending from the skies. Right then, Su Zimo opened his mouth and roared. Kill! His voice was like thunder, booming through the crowd. The other cultivators froze for a brief moment. The four Meridian cultivators in front of him trembled slightly and the spirit energy in their hands nearly dispersed. Naturally, the power of their spirit arts could not be used to their fullest extent. That was the thunderclap kill. That surprise attack through his voice was enough to confuse his opponents. In truth, Su Zimo was unable to unleash the true might of thunderclap kill at this moment due to restrictions of his physique. Bang! Boom! Boom! The gigantic golden palm crushed from the skies and clashed with the four spirit arts. A series of loud booms echoed out, but the palm was not destroyed right away. Swash! A strange sword beam appeared, slicing at the side of the four Meridian cultivators with a cold killing intent. Four spirit patterns shone on the sword. It was Su Zimo's supreme-grade flying sword. In fact, Su Zimo had already sent out his flying sword at the same time as when he released the Fiend Suppression Seal and Thunderclap Kill. The two moves earlier were all superficial trump cards. His true killing move was the flying sword at the back. Poof! 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 3 consecutive crisp sounds could be heard. The necks of 3 Meridian cultivators were pierced. Blood flashed. Looking terrified, all 3 of them clutched at their wounds furiously. However, blood continued to gush out in an unstoppable momentum. Their eyes dimmed as they sensed their lives draining away from their moment. That attack had not only pierced their throats. The sword chi emitted was so sharp that it even severed their large arteries. That was equivalent to chopping their heads off entirely. Thump! Falling to the ground one after another, all 3 pairs of eyes were widened as their bodies convulsed limply. Blood flowed from their bodies and stained the ground. Of the 4 people, only the 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had managed to escape that tragedy. However, he was also scared out of his wits after that exchange of blows. Retreating to the side, he looked at Su Zimo fearfully. If he had not experienced it himself, this would have been truly unimaginable. To think that a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator would be able to slay Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators with the use of so many secret killing moves. If someone like that were to cultivate to the state of Meridian Foundation establishment, how frightening would his combat strength be? Chapter 220, Wrath of Thunder. Chapter 220, Wrath of Thunder. Although the clash between both parties seemed short, it was filled with spirit arts, a clash of secret skills and psychological warfare. Given another battlefield or environment, Su Zimo may not have been able to win. Furthermore, he was left with almost no spirit energy after releasing Fiend Suppression Seal. Right then, Su Zimo's scalp tingled as he felt a sense of danger. He realized that he had been targeted. Furthermore, that person was extremely strong and wasn't someone he could resist. It was a Golden Core expert. It could be the Golden Core that was fighting Wen Xian and Elder Yu in midair, or the Spirit Demon Golden Core that was standing beside the blood-robed youth. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and tried hard to compose himself. Breaking through the encirclement, he sped until he was outside Qin Yu and the others. Caw, caw. Many blood-eyed crows caught the scent of fresh blood and let out unpleasant cries as they swarmed toward Su Zimo in the hundreds. Those blood-eyed crows were all spirit demons with powerful bodies, they posed a huge threat for Qin Yu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Yu and the others did not dare let the blood-eyed crows come close at all. However, Su Zimo's body was much stronger than those ordinary blood-eyed crows. Even if more blood-eyed crows were to surround him, they may not be able to injure him. It was no exaggeration to claim that although Su Zimo was human, even the physique of ancient remnant demon beasts may not be able to match his. Even against pure-blooded ferocious beasts, Su Zimo's body and bloodline were superior. Su Zimo's expression did not change when he saw the blood-eyed crows swarming towards him. A roaring sound of tigers and leopards alongside thunder rumbling echoed forth from his body. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! The blood-eyed crows were not only not scared of such a formidable bloodline, the sanguine light in their eyes grew even brighter as they turned more ferocious. They saw Su Zimo was nothing more than a delicious piece of tonic. After all, blood-eyed crows were only ordinary demon beasts. How could they have the chance to devour the flesh of an ancient remnant beast or pure-blooded ferocious beast on a day-to-day basis? Su Zimo on the other hand was a living, breathing pure-blooded ferocious beast right in front of them. As long as they could eat a piece of Su Zimo's flesh and drink a mouthful of his blood, their strength would increase significantly. Bro! When he saw that, little Fatty exclaimed. However, his voice was drowned by the cries of the endless blood-eyed crows and couldn't be heard. Leng Ro's heart skipped a beat and her gaze dimmed. They knew clearly well how terrifying the blood-eyed crows were. None of the cultivators that were left behind could escape from being devoured alive by those beasts. So what if Su Zimo was strong in melee combat? He was a human after all. How could he withstand so many blood-eyed crows? Little Fatty and Leng Ro could only watch on helplessly as the blood-eyed crows swarmed at Su Zimo, drowning him in their midst. Forget it. Leng Ro sighed inwardly and shook her head. They could not hold on much longer either. Their resistance was merely a momentary respite. Before long, they would end up in the same tragic state. Disheartened, Leng Ro switched her flying sword's direction and was prepared to commit suicide. She did not want to experience being torn apart by the blood-eyed crows till she was unrecognizable. Rather than that, she would rather do it herself. Right then, a strange sound burst forth from the blood-eyed crows that were surrounding Su Zimo. Crackle! Endless flashes of lightning burst forth from Su Zimo's body in a blinding manner. Snap! Thunder boomed. A thick thunderbolt shot down from the skies, connecting to Su Zimo's body without dissipating for a long time as though he was a link to the heavens. In the middle of everything, dazzling thunderbolts extended in all directions from Su Zimo like pythons. They surged wildly, as if forming an ocean of lightning with raging waves, enveloping the blood-eyed crows in its midst. The power of thunder was the most terrifying among all various powers. Furthermore, thunder was strong and masculine, purging evil with ease. It was the nemesis of something vile like these blood-eyed crows. Under the sweeping of the lightning ocean, the blood-eyed crows cried out tragically as they fell from the skies, covered in thick smoke. It was an extremely shocking sight. Be it the Blood Crow Palace cultivators or Ethereal Peak disciples, all of them watched on dumbfounded as disbelief filled their eyes. Through the depths of the firmaments, thunder descended onto Su Zimo's body. Standing in the middle of the lightning ocean, he stood unmoved. He was like a god undergoing a catharsis of lightning, looking down at the vast sky and purging all evil in the world. This was the wrath of thunder. Well, well, well. The blood-robed youth was the first to react. His eyes lit up as he laughed instead of getting angry, nodding repeatedly without concealing the admiration in his eyes. As for Feng Haoyu, his eyes revealed a hint of fear and even envy. Even though he had learned the 3 major secret skills of the sect, he did not know of any thunder art as such. The Golden Core Spirit Demon, Yu Fei, had an indifferent expression as he looked on coldly. No matter what tricks Su Zimo had up his sleeves, it did not affect the current situation at all. Golden Cores and Foundation Establishment Cultivators were a world of a difference that could not be closed. As long as he made a move, Su Zimo would not be able to fight back. All right. A series of cheers broke out from the crowd of Ethereal Peak. After Su Zimo's attack, the number of blood-eyed crows decreased rapidly, and that eased the pressure on Qin Yu and the others significantly. Su Zimo, I'll offer you a chance to live. Be my blood slave. Right then, the blood-robed youth walked toward Su Zimo. His pace was unhurried and his tone was calm. However, it carried a hint of unquestionable power. Turning around, Su Zimo's gaze lingered momentarily on the blood-robed youth. To the people of Ethereal Peak, the situation in front of them was a deadly trap. But right at that moment, Su Zimo vaguely sensed that there was a sliver of life in this deadly trap. The blood-robed youth had an extremely high status, and the Golden Core Spirit Demon did not leave his side at all, guarding like a shadow. If Su Zimo could lure the blood-robed youth away, that Golden Core Spirit Demon would leave as well. That way, a massive threat would be removed for everyone of Ethereal Peak. Even though there were still quite a number of blood-eyed crows and Foundation Establishment Cultivators left in the battlefield, the Ethereal Peak disciples might have a chance of escaping since they were all at Foundation Establishment realm. This was the only chance for everyone of Ethereal Peak. Even though it was a sliver of hope, it was worth a try. Someone like you? Su Zimo scoffed coldly at the blood-robed youth before turning around suddenly, speeding towards the outside of Dongling Valley. The formidable bloodline aura emitted by Su Zimo attracted a large number of blood-eyed crows to chase after him as well. He was extremely fast. Making use of divine steed fleeting, even perfected Foundation Establishment Cultivators would not be able to match his full speed. Oh? You want to escape? The blood-robed youth focused his gaze and withdrew a white bone staff from his storage bag. With a single leap, he stood on it and sped forth, his body bursting with spirit energy. The light of spirit meridians flashed endlessly from the blood-robed youth's body. 1, 2, 3, 4 spirit meridians. The blood-robed youth was a 4-meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Chapter 221, Turning Tides. Chapter 221, Turning Tides. The speed of a 4-meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivator on his flying sword was astonishing once he released his spirit energy. The wind howled in his ears as the blood-robed youth rode his white bone staff, chasing after Su Zimo, who was running away in the distance. A few seconds later, the blood-robed youth realized to his shock that despite his terrifying speed, he could not catch up to Su Zimo, who was sprinting on the ground. Even if he used all his strength, it was useless. At most, he could only ensure that Su Zimo could not shake him off. This guy's physique is actually so strong that he possesses such burst power? The blood-robed youth's evaluation of Su Zimo was already very high. But now, he realized that he had still underestimated this person. Right then, Yu Fei's voice rang out. That lad's bloodline is extremely strong and he's already at the legendary tsunami blood state. His physique and bloodline is not weaker than ancient remnant beasts. In fact, it's even comparable to pure-blooded ferocious beasts. As a Golden Core Spirit Demon, Yu Fei's gaze was naturally brilliant. At that moment, he traveled through the skies with hands behind his back, following after the blood-robed youth with a relaxed expression. Yu Fei, take me along to chase after him. Seeing that he was unable to catch up to Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth was indignant as he said with a darkened expression and cold gaze. All right. Yu Fei agreed to it casually. In midair, Yu Fei's body changed constantly. It was contorting, shrinking in some places, twisted in others, as his bones and tendons rang out with the sound of beans being fried. In the blink of an eye, Yu Fei had transformed into a gigantic blood-eyed crow. The blood-robed youth understood what it implied and with a single leap, hopped onto the blood crow that Yu Fei had transformed into. Although he was carrying someone, Yu Fei's speed increased rapidly and his body almost turned into a stream of light. So fast? Su Zimo turned back and was secretly alarmed. The speed of a golden core spirit demon was way faster than he was. Carrying the blood-robed youth, Yu Fei descended in front of Su Zimo before long, blocking his path forward. With a spin, Yu Fei returned to his human form and followed behind the blood-robed youth indifferently. Fufufu, you can't escape. Looking at Su Zimo who was speeding over with no intention of slowing down, the blood-robed youth scoffed coldly. He waved the white bone staff in his left hand and muttered a mysterious incantation. After his incantation, 5 pitch-black skulls flew out from the white bone staff, splitting in 5 different directions before striking at Su Zimo. Ah! Ah! Before they arrived, the 5 skulls let out blood-red rays of light from their sockets while crying sinisterly. Oh! Upon seeing that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. That technique seemed to have exceeded the limits of spirit arts. Those 5 skulls were even emitting a terrifyingly baneful aura. How much blood and how many lives did it take for something so evil to be created? Su Zimo collected himself quickly, his gaze icy and his expression unchanged. The situation in front of him was clear. Even if he were to retreat, it would be difficult to escape death. If he chose to fight head-on, he might have a chance of dragging someone down with him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 skulls landed on Su Zimo's body, chomping down with wide-open mouths. Boom! With a loud bang, the sound of tsunami and thunder could be heard from Su Zimo's body. Blinding lightning shone from Su Zimo's body in a terrifying manner. The pitch-black skulls were merely slightly blocked by the lightning, lessening the evil aura that they emitted. Suddenly, they broke through the lightning barrier and bit Su Zimo's flesh. How strong was Su Zimo's body? With body petrification, even a middle-grade flying sword would not be able to hurt him. However, those 5 skulls managed to tear through Su Zimo's skin the moment they bit down. Sucking continuously, the skulls gulped down excitedly on Su Zimo's blood essence as the red glow in their eyes intensified. It was as though they were gaining a life of their own. If you want to eat, I'll let you have your fill. Right then, Su Zimo bellowed all of a sudden. No longer suppressing the demonic chi in his body, he released everything alongside his surging bloodline. That was the power of blood chi. It was even stronger than the power of blood alone. At that moment, demonic chi swirled around Su Zimo as his bloodline rumbled, causing his body to expand. His eyes revealed an endless chill in them, looking massive as if an ancient demon with a fervent killing intent had possessed him. Naturally, most cultivators could detect the appearance of demonic chi. However, Su Zimo was far away from the battlefield at the moment. He was almost at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Given that distance, the cultivators that were stuck in the battlefield could not sense the demonic chi that was coming forth from Su Zimo. Furthermore, they did have the attention nor energy to do so. As for the blood-robed youth opposite Su Zimo, he was shocked as his expression changed. The difference between him and Su Zimo was too close. At that distance, Su Zimo was practically an invincible god. The skulls that were initially sucking Su Zimo's blood were suddenly repelled by a terrifying power of blood chi. The tides had turned entirely. Initially, Su Zimo was disadvantaged and could have been turned into a blood slave at any time. Now, they were in a completely different situation. The blood-robed youth's life was hanging on a thread. Boom! Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife. With a roar, he strode forth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Hand your life over. Su Zimo stretched his arms, grabbing at the blood-robed youth whose face was pale and was retreating endlessly. Su Zimo was trying to use a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Divine Steed Dismemberment. If he managed to grab the blood-robed youth, the latter would not be able to escape a fate of being torn apart. From Su Zimo's point of view, as long as he could drag this blood-robed youth down with him before he died, he would have made a killing. The blood-robed youth was close to being caught by Su Zimo when suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Golden Core Spirit Demon, Yu Fei. He was equally surprised when he saw Su Zimo releasing demonic qi. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Before Su Zimo could do anything, Yu Fei blocked in front of the blood-robed youth and saved the latter from the gates of hell. Piak! Piak! Sneering coldly, a hint of mockery flashed in Yu Fei's eyes as he reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's wrist. At the same time, Yu Fei's chest faintly emitted an even stronger aura that managed to suppress Su Zimo's blood qi. Inner core. That was his inner core. With his wrists grabbed by Yu Fei, Su Zimo felt weak all over and his eyes dimmed. What a pity. He was so close. If he had a single second more, the blood-robed youth would have died for sure. Once Su Zimo released his power of blood qi, he was confident that he would be able to kill even a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo, you're very strong indeed. Yu Fei said coldly, but with me here today, you won't be able to hurt young master at all. This time, Blood Crow Palace's lord had specially instructed Yu Fei and Peng Fei to protect the young master. If anything were to happen to him, the palace lord would kill the both of them for sure. Chapter 222, The Only Variable. Chapter 222, The Only Variable. Ah! Su Zimo howled at the skies with widened eyes. His black hair swayed without any wind as his blood qi burst forth. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo's bloodline rumbled, causing thunder to roar and demonic to swirl around him. As his large tendons and bones trembled, his strength had already reached its limit. Even so, Yu Fei, who was standing opposite Su Zimo, maintained his composure. He gripped Su Zimo's wrists tightly without budging a single inch at all. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength and cultivation realm. There was no technique to speak of. When the quality of a golden core was extremely high with pure spirit energy, it would be able to achieve a harmony with the heavens and earth, forming a phenomenon. That was how golden core phenomenons were born. Because demons did not possess spirit energy, there would naturally be no golden core phenomenons as well. However, the inner cores of demons were formed through the qi of the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow and 5 organs. A combination of their entire body's essence, that was the source of their power. By condensing an inner core, the demon's skin, flesh, bloodline, bones, marrow and organs would completely transform, causing their strength to increase exponentially. That power was more than enough to completely crush any Foundation establishment spirit demons. Looking at Su Zimo who was struggling, Yu Fei raised his chin, as if he was looking at a lesser being, and curled his lips with a cold expression. Fu. The blood-robed youth walked over slowly. He sneered as a mocking look flashed in his eyes. To him, Su Zimo was like a rat that had fallen into the hands of a cat right now. No matter how he struggled, nothing would change. I told you, you won't be able to escape today. Coming before Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth said sternly as his eyes lit up, turn into my blood slave obediently. The blood-robed youth waved his white bone staff and recited an abstruse incantation. Within the voids, a strange power began to emanate. The eyes of the blood-robed youth glowed with a sinister shade of faint green. Su Zimo met with his gaze and instantly felt himself going dizzy. Not good. In that instant, Su Zimo lost his mind and felt as if he had fallen into an endless darkness. Sinking endlessly, he could not extricate himself. An extremely evil power began to invade Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo's eyes faintly emitted a green glow. Ah! He roared continuously from the depths of his heart and shouted at the top of his lungs. However, he could not break free from that mental control. No one can control me. Lowering his head, Su Zimo's body trembled violently and the veins on his neck were exposed. His face's blood vessels were visibly seen as he did not give up despite the enduring pain. The blood-robed youth's technique was an extremely powerful secret skill, blood slave art. Once a cultivator's mind was corroded by blood slave art, they could fall into a mental illusion which was extremely difficult to break out of through their own efforts. Therefore, blood slave art was something that must not be interrupted or disturbed by external forces while it was being executed. The blood-robed youth felt that this was an extremely appropriate situation for him to deploy blood slave art. Su Zimo was restrained by Yu Fei and could not budge. The three of them were far away from the battlefield and no one could interrupt the execution process. The blood-robed youth could almost envision Su Zimo kneeling before him with a reverent and pious expression as a blood slave. However, be it the blood-robed youth or Yu Fei, they forgot something. That was the only variable. That variable did not merely affect the fates of Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth and Yu Fei, it affected the entire Battle of Dongling Valley as well. Perhaps, none of them would foresee that the effect of the variable would not merely end here. After today, that effect would continue and eventually affect the entire Tianhuang mainland, stirring huge waves within. At the boundaries of Dongling Valley, Su Zimo extended his arms, rooted on the ground. He trembled endlessly with a pained expression. His arms were held down firmly by two large hands. Opposite him was the golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei. Beside Yu Fei stood the blood-robed youth. With his head lowered, Su Zimo's black hair was let down. Right then, Su Zimo felt a strange movement in his chest. In that slightly opened robe of his, a little beast hid inside. It looked at the miserable Su Zimo and its round and pitch-black eyes sparkled as if it was a vast galaxy, deep and mysterious. Su Zimo was originally trapped in that mental illusion, surrounded by complete darkness. All of a sudden, an external force barged in, paving a path through that darkness. The next moment, Su Zimo caught sight of a little beast. It was like a little dog, looking at him with its head tilted as it blinked its pitch-black and sparkling eyes. Night Spirit. Su Zimo muttered softly. When he met with Little Beast's gaze, Su Zimo was shocked and suddenly broke free from the mental illusion. Night Spirit's gaze seemed to possess a mysterious power that could purge away the evil from Su Zimo's body. Even though he managed to break out of the mental illusion, Su Zimo was sweating profusely and almost out of strength. Hurry and escape. Su Zimo's lips trembled as he said with a hoarse voice. Although Night Spirit had a mysterious background and managed to help him break free from the mental illusion, it was still too young. It had been less than a month since it was born. What could a month-old baby do? Notwithstanding a human baby, even a month-old pure-blooded ferocious beast would have delicate skin and tender bones, pitifully weak at best. Of course, even though Night Spirit was young, it was extremely intelligent and had already gained sentience. Su Zimo knew that Night Spirit could understand his words and could read the situation as well. His fate was already decided. Now that he was in the hands of a golden core spirit demon, there was no way he could escape. However, it was different for Night Spirit. It looked like a weak puppy through and through. Be it the blood-robed youth or Yu Fei, none of them would bother about it, giving it a great chance to escape alive. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Night Spirit's expression was calm and it did not move. It remained hidden in Su Zimo's embrace without exposing itself, merely listening with its head tilted as though it was trying to pay attention to what was going on outside. Ugh! Almost at the same moment as when Su Zimo broke out of the mental illusion, a muffled groan came from the other side. The blood-robed youth covered his head with both hands. He was in extreme pain as his deep green eyes were bloodshot while his facial features were contorted, looking extremely frightening. If blood slave art was interrupted by any normal external force, the impact on the caster wouldn't be that great. But this time, the blood-robed youth's blood slave art was reflected by a mysterious force. The failure of the technique along with the backlash from the force struck the blood-robed youth like a thunderbolt. His head felt like it was splitting as he nearly fainted. Oh! Yu Fei frowned. He was still gripping Su Zimo's arms tightly as he turned around to the blood-robed youth and asked in concern, "What's wrong, young master?" At that moment, Su Zimo's chest moved. A black shadow darted out, running on Su Zimo's arm onto Yu Fei's arm within a couple of steps. Like a ghost, the black shadow was extremely fast and appeared at Yu Fei's chest in the blink of an eye. Pausing for a brief moment, the black shadow suddenly raised its paw. 5 extremely sharp claws poked out, flashing with a cold glint, swiping at Yu Fei's throat with a bloodied smell of death. Chapter 223, 3 Rounds. Chapter 223, 3 Rounds. At the same time, the blood-robed youth endured the pain in his head and gritted his teeth. "Watch out, there's something else on Su Zimo's body." However, it was already too late when he said that. The moment Night Spirit struck, Yu Fei felt something and turned around instinctively. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently and his heart stopped beating. Poof! A flash of blood appeared as Yu Fei's Adam's apple was torn apart by Night Spirit alongside a huge chunk of flesh. Fresh blood splattered all over Su Zimo's body. Night Spirit's timing could be described as perfect. The entire process was smooth and fluid like water. In that brief moment, Night Spirit displayed a precise and keen sense of timing towards the situation. That was a capability that no one had imparted to him. It was completely through instinct. Killing instinct. When he saw that, Su Zimo was stunned. The blood-robed youth's mind went blank and he was stunned as well. That strike was way too ruthless. Even if Yu Fei was a golden core spirit demon, there was no way he could survive given that serious injury. Yu Fei's eyes were widened and a black glow suddenly burst forth from his chest. With a backhand punch, he struck towards Night Spirit's head. It was the final gamble of a golden core spirit demon at the brink of death. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Yu Fei had already reacted extremely quickly. Right after his throat was ripped by Night Spirit's claws, he wanted to kill Night Spirit on the spot at the very first instant. Since his large arteries were severed and he had suffered immense loss of blood and qi, Yu Fei had already realized that he would definitely die. However, he wanted to kill Night Spirit right before he died. Against Yu Fei's incoming punch, Night Spirit leaped and turned its head, dodging to the side with all its might. Bang! Even so, Yu Fei's punch struck Night Spirit on the waist heavily. Hia! Night Spirit cried out in pain and there was a clear depression on its waist. Like a kite with a snapped string, Night Spirit was sent flying into Su Zimo's arms after that punch. With its eyes closed, Night Spirit coughed out blood repeatedly and was already unconscious. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt his heart ache. Compared to the true strength of a golden core spirit demon, Night Spirit who was only a month old was truly much weaker. This was akin to an infant that was a few years old wielding a dagger in his hand. Even though he had the power to kill an adult, he would never ever be a match for the adult. In reality, if not for the fact that Yu Fei had been severely injured with his strength decreased drastically after the massive loss of qi and blood, that punch would have very likely blown Night Spirit's body apart. That punch seemed to have drained Yu Fei of all his vitality. "Young master, hurry, escape." Yu Fei's face was pale and his throat was broken as he spat out words intermittently. Despite that, he was trying his best. After those 4 words, he fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were lifeless and the ground was swiftly stained red by his blood. Placing Night Spirit back into his robes, Su Zimo looked at the blood-robed youth opposite him with a cold, murderous gaze. At that moment, Su Zimo was not in a good state. He had managed to break free from the mental illusion thanks to Night Spirit's help. However, he had taken a huge toll during this period of time and was both mentally and physically exhausted. It was akin to having gone through a battle with a top expert. The blood-robed youth was not in the best state either. The blood-robed youth was still suffering waves of pain from the disruption of blood slave art along with the power backlash. He was clearly somewhat dazed. Given their terrible conditions, if they were to truly fight, no one could tell who would be the eventual victor. However, when he saw how Yu Fei died and recalled Yu Fei's final words, the blood-robed youth already had the urge to retreat. Furthermore, who was he? As the young master of Blood Crow Palace, his status was immeasurably noble. Why did he have to engage in a life-and-death bout with this Foundation establishment cultivator before him? As long as he were to avoid this person for the time being, the latter would definitely die once the golden cores from the battlefield arrived. At that thought, the blood-robed youth was decided. Retreat. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze turned over, sharp as a knife as if wanting to tear him into pieces. That gaze was completely unlike a human's gaze. It was more like an ancient ferocious beast that was extremely hungry, violent, brutal and bloody. The blood-robed youth's heart skipped a beat and his guts shrank, taking a half-step back subconsciously. Bang! That single half-step caused Su Zimo's aura to increase massively. Using the momentum, Su Zimo deployed the plow heaven stride and charged forward. Churning his power of blood chi, he punched with his backhand like a massive seal that descended from the skies. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with endless coldness without the slightest hint of mercy. Just moments ago, he was nearly controlled and turned into a blood slave by this blood-robed youth. Night Spirit was severely injured and might even die. Most of the sharpest Foundation establishment disciples of Ethereal Peak had perished. 2 sect elders had perished as well. Those blood debts had to be repaid by this blood-robed youth's life. Save me! The blood-robed youth was appalled as he shrieked while pulling out a white bone shield from his storage bag. Injecting spirit energy to it, the white bone shield expanded massively and the blood-robed youth tossed it out hurriedly to block above his head. Having lost his courage, the blood-robed youth could no longer attack and could only defend. In his opinion, as long as he could last 10 rounds, there would definitely be Golden Core reinforcements from the Golden Core battlefield not far away. They would save him and kill Su Zimo at the same time. On the Golden Core battlefield, the 10 Golden Cores with Peng Fei leading them surrounded and attacked Wen Xian and Elder Yu, possessing complete control of the situation. If not for Wen Xian's Golden Core phenomenon, both of them would have died a long time ago. However, releasing a Golden Core phenomenon consumed a lot of spirit energy. Wen Xian could not hold on for much longer. When he heard the cry for help, Peng Fei's expression changed. Quickly, go and support the young master. Nothing must happen to him. Peng Fei pointed at 2 Golden Cores and shouted. The 2 of them extricated themselves hurriedly and flew through the air, speeding towards the direction of the blood-robed youth. Everything was happening just as the blood-robed youth expected. Indeed, he would receive Golden Core reinforcements after his cry for help. However, the blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Bang! Su Zimo's fist landed on the white bone shield and let out a deafening bang. Trembling violently, a series of cracks appeared on the bone shield as its light dimmed. The white bone shield was shattered by a single punch of Su Zimo's. Pust! Instantly, the blood-robed youth gasped and his expression changed. Right after, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he arrived in front of the blood-robed youth. A cold light burst forth from within Su Zimo's eyes as he reached out and grabbed the blood-robed youth's arms, forcefully tearing them apart. At the same time, he bent his knees and charged forth like a divine steed. Divine steed dismemberment. Xing! A mist of blood filled the air. Ah! In the midst of a shrill scream from the blood-robed youth, Su Zimo had forcefully ripped his arms off. Right after divine steed dismemberment was divine steed trampling. Su Zimo kneed against the blood-robed youth's chest, and with a leap, he used the momentum of the blow. Both legs were at the blood-robed youth's throat as Su Zimo trampled twice on his head. Without a single pause, Su Zimo's body had already passed the blood-robed youth. The two killing moves connected seamlessly and could only be described as perfect. The moment Su Zimo landed on the ground, the blood-robed youth fell face first as well. His chest was caved in and his throat was torn apart while his face was mangled beyond recognition. The blood-robed youth was thoroughly dead. The blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Su Zimo did not need 10 rounds to kill him. He merely needed 3 rounds. Chapter 224, A Sliver of Life. Chapter 224, A Sliver of Life. Right as the blood-robed youth died, Black Crow Mountain, which was thousands of kilometers away, suddenly burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura as though the apocalypse had arrived. Every living creature on Black Crow Mountain was scared out of their wits, sprawling on the ground motionlessly. Who is it? How dare you kill my disciple? From the depths of Black Crow Mountain, a deep and sinister roar came from a huge palace that contained endless fury and killing intent. I'm going to tear you to pieces and turn your bones to ashes. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang, the entire palace shook violently. The blood mist around it grew thicker and was almost materialized. The entire palace seemed to be floating in a sea of blood, faintly discernible. A figure rushed out from the palace and suddenly opened his mouth, sucking hard. Splash! The sea of blood surged, forming a huge vortex that gushed into the figure's open mouth relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood disappeared. A middle-aged man stood in the air with his black hair draped over his shoulders. His face was thin and he wore a dark red robe while a sinister gaze shone from his faint green eyes. Caw, caw. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from Black Crow Mountain. Initially, that sound was far away. However, it came close in the blink of an eye. A gigantic crow with bloodshot eyes was flapping its wings, streaking across the skies of Black Crow Mountain and approaching. That was the king among the many blood-eyed crows of Black Crow Mountain. The Blood Crow King. When the Blood Crow Palace's lord first arrived at Black Crow Mountain, this crow was the first creature he subdued. It had gained quite a bit of benefits by following Blood Crow Palace's lord. By now, its cultivation was already equivalent to the peak of a nascent soul. Master. The Blood Crow King arrived at the skies above the palace and suddenly descended. When it landed on the ground, it transformed into a black-robed cultivator who knelt on the ground with a respectful expression. Come, follow me out there. The gaze of Blood Crow Palace's lord was ice-cold as he said in a chilling voice, I want to see who's the one who dares lay a hand on my disciple. I'll make him pay with his blood. Dongling Valley. The blood-robed youth perished in a pool of blood. The time it took for 3 rounds was merely a couple of seconds, it was too short. The 2 golden core reinforcements were too far away to be able to arrive in time to save the blood-robed youth. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 golden cores were dumbfounded. Both of them seemed to have thought of something terrifying as the color drained from their faces. Looking terrible, their bodies shivered faintly. The blood-robed youth was the only legacy disciple of Blood Crow Palace's lord. They arrived at Dongling Valley while escorting the blood-robed youth. Now that the blood-robed youth had died tragically here, the palace lord might take it out on them in a fit of anger. Their only chance of survival was on the green-robed cultivator not far away. They had to capture this person alive and present him to the palace lord, that was their hope for survival. Swash! Swash! Their eyes turned bloodshot and their faces were filled with killing intent. Circulating the spirit energy in their dantian fervently, they charged in Su Zimo's direction at top speed. On the other side, Su Zimo had exhausted almost all of his stamina after killing the blood-robed youth in 3 moves and was now panting. Be it in terms of combination, strength or timing, those 3 moves were executed to his limits. He had managed to kill a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in a one-on-one fight. Even if Su Zimo was in peak condition, he may not have been able to produce that feat. If not the fact that he was able to unleash a formidable power of blood chi given his lesser mastery of the organ's refinement section as well as the blood-robed youth's loss of courage resulting in a weakness in his aura, it would be hard to tell who would have been the victor. After killing the blood-robed youth, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the 2 golden cores nearby with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Swoosh! Flicking his sleeves, a supreme-grade flying sword shot out. Shing! The first thing Su Zimo did was to cut open Yu Fei's chest with the flying sword to retrieve the demon beast inner core within. Right after, he sliced off the blood-robed youth's head and took the latter's storage bag. This person is dead and his head is with me. If you want it, come and take it. Ha ha ha. Su Zimo held the blood-robed youth's head in his hands as he threw his head back and laughed uproariously with a loud voice that rang in all directions. Su Zimo's current location was quite far away, he was almost at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Coupled with the fact that he had killed the blood-robed youth in 3 moves, that speed was so fast that no one else had noticed it other than the 2 golden cores that arrived. However, his voice was reverberating through Dongling Valley endlessly right now and everyone could hear it clear and well. The clash between both sides met with a momentary pause. Be it the cultivators of Blood Crow Palace or disciples of Ethereal Peak, regardless of their cultivation realms, they glanced at Su Zimo's direction subconsciously. Following that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The disciples of Ethereal Peak let out joyous looks. However, the masses of Blood Crow Palace were pale as a sheet, looking ashen. Capture that person alive. Don't let him escape. Peng Fei roared in anger. There were now only 8 golden cores of Blood Crow Palace that were surrounding Wen Xian and Elder Yu. The moment they heard Peng Fei's roar, 2 more golden cores left the battlefield and sprinted in the direction of Su Zimo with lightning speed. Poof! 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 The pressure on Wen Xian decreased drastically. He took advantage of a golden core's absent-minded state and shot forth with his phenomenon. Many slender raindrops poured down on that person's body, producing countless bloody holes on his body. With a dimmed gaze, that person fell from midair. Peng Fei grit his teeth. He had planned on capturing Su Zimo personally, but now, he had no choice but to stay here. Swallowing a mouthful of elixirs, Peng Fei frantically circulated his spirit energy and activated the power of the storm, hoping to kill Wen Xian and Elder Yu as soon as possible. In the air, there were many blood-eyed crows that were surrounding the remaining 40-odd disciples of Ethereal Peak initially. Now, all the blood-eyed crows swarmed in Su Zimo's direction with bloodshot eyes. More than half of the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace were diverted away as well. As such, the pressure on the people of Ethereal Peak decreased immensely. Everyone suddenly caught sight of a glimmer of hope, a sliver of life. Due to the death of the blood-robed youth, the entire situation had taken on a slight, mysterious change. The battlefield was in a mess. No matter what, Qin Yu and Ji Chengtian were legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak. One at 5 Meridian and the other at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment, they were extremely strong. As long as they could make use of this situation to escape from Dongling Valley and send a message to the sect, everyone would have a chance of surviving. On the other side, there were now 4 golden cores that were rushing at Su Zimo. The blood-eyed crows in the skies were swarming over alongside more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground. That massive army was akin to a raging wave that was surging over. In the face of the oncoming wave, Su Zimo appeared extremely minuscule, and he was almost drowned by the dense crowd and the blood-eyed crows that covered the skies. One could imagine his ending. Chapter 225, Blood Escape. Chapter 225, Blood Escape. Qin Yu turned back and looked in Su Zimo's direction with tightly gripped fists and a complicated gaze. "Bro!" Little Fatty could not help but exclaim. Leng Ro let out a reluctant expression. Everyone of Ethereal Peak knew that this sliver of life was obtained single-handedly by Su Zimo with his life on the line. Right now, none of the Golden Cores bothered if they were dead or alive. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators blocking their way were reduced by more than half. Almost everyone's attention was drawn by Su Zimo. "Hurry, let's go." Qin Yu clenched his teeth and waved his arm, shouting in a low voice. If he were to be hesitant and indecisive at a moment like this, he would only cause everyone to die. Joining forces, Qin Yu and Ji Chengtian walked at the front and released their spirit arts continuously. With the help of the sect's secret skills, their flying swords shuttled through the battlefield, splattering blood everywhere. Even though the people of Ethereal Peak were covered in injuries, all of them endured their pains and gathered their spirits. They followed closely behind the two of them and charged their ways out of Dongling Valley. On the other side, Su Zimo was in a bad state. When he used the Fiend Suppression Seal previously, almost all the spirit energy in his Dantian was drained. Thereafter, he was mentally and physically exhausted resisting the corrosion of the blood slave art. Finally, he burst forth at his peak and killed the blood-robed youth cleanly in 3 rounds, expending the last of his stamina. Su Zimo was at his weakest right now. Not far away, 4 golden cores sped over with a boiling killing intent, followed by a dense swarm of blood-eyed crows and hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace. Dust and smoke billowed as murderous intent filled the skies. Despite the circumstances, there was no sign of panic on Su Zimo's face. His eyes were calm and his expression was composed. He was channeling a secret skill. There was a Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra etched on the lid of the coffin of the Fiend sect's inheritance ground. Originating from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, this secret skill was called Blood Escape. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra detailed the use of bloodlines and described how one should activate the power of bloodlines. Blood Escape was no exception. Once released, Blood Escape would burn up a third of the body's bloodline in exchange for a momentary speed burst, allowing one to escape hundreds of kilometers away. Of course, there were extremely obvious side effects to Blood Escape as well. By burning up a third of one's bloodline, be it humans or demons, they would turn extremely weak. Their limbs would go cold and breathing would become significantly difficult. In fact, they might even faint. How long a person would remain in that weakened state depended on their individual physiques. The stronger one's physique was, the faster they would recover to normal. However, given ordinary circumstances, it would take at least 10 to 14 days of recuperation for a complete recovery. With the onslaught of the massive army ahead, Su Zimo could only choose to turn and escape. However, the direction behind him was in the opposite direction of Ethereal Peak. If he were to blood escape hundreds of kilometers in that direction, the distance between Su Zimo and Ethereal Peak would only increase even further. Left with no other choice, Su Zimo could only turn and escape. Channeling the mental cultivation technique of blood escape, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and bit his tongue gently, causing a stream of essence blood to spray. Dong! 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 His heart suddenly started to beat rapidly, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. It was as though someone was drumming from the heavens, giving off a dull and powerful sound. Each time his heart beat, it would circulate a fresh stream of blood around his limbs. On that stream of blood, a flame burned in secret. It was extremely strange and emitted endless power. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and activated Divine Steed Fleeting, dashing out of Dongling Valley. Swash! He turned into a sanguine flash of light and in almost the blink of an eye, disappeared from everyone's sights. It was too fast. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking lost and confused. Several seconds later, the 4 golden cores were the first to realize what happened. They released all their strength and chased in the direction where Su Zimo vanished. A secret skill as such is definitely using his vitality in exchange for a momentary burst in strength. He won't be able to last long. Chase after him. That's right. Using that secret skill will definitely weaken him extremely once he comes to a stop. The several golden cores in midair were sharp and quickly saw through the essence of blood escape. One of the golden cores yelled, "Blood Crow Army, track that man down. After you find him, don't alert him. Just stay on his trail and wait for our reinforcement." Caw, caw. An ear-piercing screech broke out from the sea of blood-eyed crows in the skies, as if responding. Soon, many blood-eyed crows delved into the voids and disappeared. Even though the blood-eyed crows were only Foundation Establishment spirit demons, their speed of flying through the air was not inferior to golden cores. Su Zimo ran with all his might. Although he did not turn back, he could guess that the group of unknown cultivators would definitely not give up. They were definitely hot on his tail. His blood was still burning. Su Zimo had to ensure that he broke free of their pursuit before a third of his blood was burnt up. Blood escape could increase his speed by multiples in a short period of time. However, it wasn't an infinite increase and it was based on the cultivator's foundation. At the end of the day, Su Zimo was only a Foundation Establishment cultivator. In other words, even after using blood escape, Su Zimo may not be much faster than golden cores in terms of speed. Golden cores were an entire cultivation realm above him. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at a dense forest. After sprinting for a while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and with a flash, pounced onto a leopard nearby that could not dodge in time. That leopard could only be considered as a wild beast that had just gained sentience. Even though it bore some intellect in its eyes, it did not know how to cultivate yet. Wrapping the head of the blood-robed youth around the tail of the leopard, Su Zimo threatened it, "The further you run, the better. Don't take it off." The leopard could read the killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes and it trembled in fear, nodding furiously. The moment Su Zimo released his grip, the leopard left in fear. When it saw that it was far enough, it fled like the wind. Su Zimo turned back and sneered coldly. He had to do something to distract his pursuers. Su Zimo believed that the leopard was enough to disturb his pursuers and send them into panic such that they could not track him down. Taking a deep breath of air, he continued sprinting ahead. After some time, the energy produced by blood escape was expended thoroughly. This meant that Su Zimo's bloodline had been burnt by a full 1/3. The moment he came to a stop, Su Zimo felt the entire world spin and he almost fell to the ground. He tried his best to compose his breathing, clutching his fists to maintain the clarity in his mind as he staggered forth. He could not just sleep there. He had not gotten out of danger just yet. Su Zimo had to look for a relatively secluded place and set up some simple array formations before he could rest assured that he was concealed. Before long, he found a cave at the foot of a mountain not far away. Heading in, Su Zimo took a look inside and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no demon beasts. Given his current state, even if he encountered a spirit beast, he would probably have to engage in a tough battle. Chapter 226, Nowhere to Run. Chapter 226, Nowhere to Run. Su Zimo fell to the ground, his bones and tendons feeling as though they were about to split. Enduring the pain, he took Night Spirit out of his robes carefully and hugged it in his embrace. He was worried about Night Spirit. Even though Yu Fei's lifeblood was greatly drained because of that swipe to his throat, he was still a golden core spirit demon after all. That counterattack before his death was extremely terrifying. Even if Su Zimo was the one in Night Spirit's situation, he could not guarantee that he could survive. However, Su Zimo was stunned when he took Night Spirit out. Back in Dongling Valley, he saw with his own eyes how Night Spirit's waist was caved in through Yu Fei's punch. It clearly suffered serious injuries to its organs and was coughing out blood, as if it could die at any time. But now, Night Spirit's body had returned to normal. Curled up in Su Zimo's embrace, Night Spirit was no longer bleeding from its mouth, breathing slowly and steadily. When it sensed Su Zimo's gaze, Night Spirit suddenly raised its head and blinked its tiny eyes. Pitch black like gemstones, they looked at Su Zimo filled with life. The man and beast looked at one another. When he saw that Night Spirit was fine, Su Zimo was delighted and could not help but laugh out loud. As if sensing Su Zimo's joy, Night Spirit opened its mouth slightly and cried in response. Su Zimo carried Night Spirit up and examined it carefully. He was shocked to discover that Night Spirit had an extremely strong self-regeneration ability. Even though it was not fully recovered, the wounds on its internal organs were already beginning to heal and its broken bones were reconnected. From their escape from Dongling Valley till now, Night Spirit had not consumed any elixirs and was completely reliant on its own body's ability to repair and adjust. It was less than a month since Night Spirit had been born. Of course, the greater Night Spirit's potential was, the more stringent the conditions were for it to grow. If it was a ferocious beast cub, its parents would naturally be pure-blooded ferocious beasts as well. Extremely powerful, they could provide sufficient food and resources for the ferocious beast cubs. However, Su Zimo was merely a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator right now and honestly could not provide much for Night Spirit. He took out Yu Fei's inner core from his storage bag and placed it under Night Spirit's nose, wanting to feed it. If not for Night Spirit's assassination, Su Zimo would have been reduced to a blood slave of the blood-robed youth by now. Therefore, he did not hesitate nor feel pained in the slightest bit feeding Night Spirit the inner core. Twitching its nose slightly, Night Spirit sneezed and turned its head away, pouting its lips with disdain in its eyes. Burp. When he saw that, Su Zimo was speechless. That inner core could be considered the most precious thing he had. He did not expect that Night Spirit would look down on it. You must be crazy, letting up on such a good thing. Having narrowly escaped death along with the fact that Night Spirit survived, Su Zimo was in a great mood and could not help but chide jokingly. He put away the inner core casually, prepared to consume it himself later. I'll put you down first. Let me go set up some array formations and we'll hide here for a couple of days. Su Zimo told Night Spirit. Unexpectedly, Night Spirit arched its body and tried to burrow into Su Zimo's embrace repeatedly, as if it was most comfortable there. Unable to reject, Su Zimo stuffed it inside his robes again and came to the entrance of the cave to begin setting up array formations. After burning a third of his blood, Su Zimo was extremely weak by now. However, he did not dare to rest. He had to make every second count and lay out a couple of array formations before he could set himself at ease. Su Zimo had just drawn a couple of formation patterns when he came to a sudden stop. An extremely strange feeling surged in his heart, as if he had been targeted. There was no danger or warning signs. However, Su Zimo felt that something was amiss. It seemed like there was a pair of eyes hidden somewhere staring at him. He remained expressionless and continued to draw his formation patterns. However, most of his attention and gaze were constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find the origin of that unpleasant feeling. After a while, Su Zimo found nothing. Did I imagine it? His eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. It would be best if he had imagined it. Otherwise. Right then, Night Spirit popped its head out from Su Zimo's chest. Night Spirit called out. Su Zimo was in deep thought and did not pay attention to Night Spirit's cries. Hia! Hia! After a while, Night Spirit cried out 2 more times, seeing that Su Zimo was ignoring him. It used its paws to scratch on Su Zimo's chest gently, but it did not extend its claws. What's wrong? Coming to his senses, Su Zimo lowered his head and asked. Night Spirit's head was raised as it looked in the direction of the sky with an icy gaze. There was a tiny speck reflected in its pitch-black pupils. Oh! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head suddenly. Up above in the skies, there was a black dot hidden within the clouds, faintly discernible. Given that distance, if it was any normal Foundation establishment cultivator, their eyesight would not be enough to make out what that figure dancing in the skies was. However, Su Zimo's eyesight was extremely powerful and he recognized that the black dot was a blood-eyed crow. Not only that, there were even more black dots gathering towards that area in the clouds. With the blood-eyed crows giving directions, it won't be long before a golden core finds his way there. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. He had not managed to shake off his pursuers at all. If he had not sensed that something was amiss and Night Spirit discovered the source of his feelings, he might have been surrounded and killed here without even knowing why. Escape. Su Zimo's first reaction was to continue escaping. However, the world was so huge. Where could he escape to? There were too many blood-eyed crows. In addition, they were fast and had a keen sense of smell. No matter where Su Zimo escaped, it was inevitable that he would be caught. The blood-eyed crows were the eyes of his enemies and they were everywhere. This meant that Su Zimo would always be under the enemy's surveillance. There was nowhere to run. Furthermore, he was in an extremely bad condition. The blood that he had burnt earlier had not recovered and he no longer had any energy left. What should he do? Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried his best to compose himself, thinking hard of a way to break out of this situation. He believed that there must be a way for him to escape from the surveillance of the blood-eyed crows. After a while, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. He had an idea. He took out the demon beast inner core from his storage bag and swallowed it whole. Su Zimo was prepared to use blood escape once more. Making use of blood escape 2 times in a row meant that he would have to burn up 2/3 of his blood and there was a high chance he could die. However, he had no other choice. He could only consume the inner core in advance to prevent any mishaps. Right now, Su Zimo was at his weakest. If he did not make use of blood escape, he would not be able to escape far and would definitely be caught by the golden cores behind. Taking out a map from his storage bag, Su Zimo took a good look at it. Soon, he put away the map and channeled blood escape. His body turned into a sanguine light as he made a slight change of direction and dashed for it. Chapter 227, Jishui River. Chapter 227, Jishui River. This time, Su Zimo was no longer running aimlessly. There was only one place to escape from the blood-eyed crow surveillance. Jishui River. Blood-eyed crows were Foundation establishment spirit demons after all. They did not have inner cores and could not internalize their breathings. As such, they naturally could not dive into Jishui River. Su Zimo was different. He had both immortality and demonic cultivations. Although he did not have an inner core, he could use his spirit energy to form a protective barrier and repel water. The map indicated that Jishui River ran through the entire territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. No one knew where Jishui River began and ended, the map did not indicate it as well. However, that was not important. What Su Zimo had to do was to dive into Jishui River and drift with the flow. That was how he could escape the tracking of the blood-eyed crows entirely. Su Zimo sprinted the entire way, running through the night. The next morning, he finally arrived at the riverbed of Jishui River. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo's expression was pale and his consciousness was gradually blurring. If he had not consumed that demon beast inner core, he would have been a dead man by now, making use of blood escape twice. No matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand burning 2/3 of their blood essence. This time, he was almost completely exhausted. Su Zimo staggered and lost control of his body and balance, falling forward head first into the river. Broop, broop, broop. A series of bubbles appeared on the water surface. Stirred awake by the waters, Su Zimo shook his head and struggled to stand up. His mind was slightly cleared up. Night Spirit tunneled out of Su Zimo's robes, and after swimming a little in the river, it actually began to float. From the looks of it, Night Spirit was pretty adaptable to water as well. Su Zimo grit his teeth and carried Night Spirit, conjuring a barrier of spirit energy with great effort. Finally, he leaped and disappeared completely into Jishui River. The river was cold. For someone who had burned most of his bloodline, that level of coldness was already seeping into his bones. Su Zimo trembled from head to toe, hugging Night Spirit tightly with widened eyes as he dived down. He gathered his spirit and did not dare to be careless, wielding the supreme-grade flying sword in his left hand while surveying his surroundings constantly. Jishui River was not a friendly place. The danger inside was definitely not less than the forests in the vast wilderness. There were many powerful demon beasts lurking within Jishui River as well. If he was not careful, he might die here. Su Zimo did not dare to dive too deep. Typically, stronger demon beasts would lurk in the deeper waters. Right now, Su Zimo was surrounded mostly by chi condensation spirit demons that had just learned how to cultivate. The many aquatic demon beasts were truly dazzling to look at. All of those spirit beasts merely looked from afar and none of them dared to approach casually. All of a sudden, as though they were frightened by something, the spirit beasts scattered at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. The river surged in a slanted manner as a huge water column flowed in the opposite direction, filled with a ferocious killing intent and formidable aura. It was a spirit demon. A Foundation establishment spirit demon had appeared. Zeng! 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 Su Zimo endured the pain in his dantian and forcefully injected spirit energy. His sword trembled continuously. The reason why Su Zimo activated the flying sword right away was because he wanted to fight against that spirit demon. However, he suddenly put away the flying sword on second thought. Whoosh! The spirit beast emerged from the water and Su Zimo could finally take a good look at it. Green Armored Crocodile. The green armored crocodile was one of the most common demon beasts in Jishui River. It earned its name thanks to the massively indestructible armor that lined its entire body and its massive size. Moving extremely fast in the waters, the green armored crocodile appeared before Su Zimo almost in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Su Zimo felt like he was facing a mountain instead of an aquatic demon beast. Swoosh! The moment it arrived before Su Zimo, the green armored crocodile opened its massive mouth without a second thought and devoured Su Zimo as a whole with ease alongside the river water. Su Zimo stood inside the green armored crocodile's mouth. Even though he seemed incomparably small, he was extremely calm. Just as the lower jaw of the green armored crocodile was about to close, Su Zimo drew out his supreme-grade flying sword again and activated the 4 spirit patterns on it. He said with a cold voice, "You better not move." At that moment, Night Spirit extended its claws and tapped its paws gently on the tongue of the green armored crocodile. It did not use much strength, but the green armored crocodile's tongue was already bleeding. "Listen to me now." Standing in the green armored crocodile's mouth, Su Zimo said slowly, "Swim down along with Jishui River. I'm going to borrow your stomach for the time being. Once my body recovers, I'll leave. Besides, I promise I won't harm your life." The green-armored crocodile had already cultivated to a spirit demon level and had gained sentience. Su Zimo believed that it would definitely understand his words. Indeed, after a momentary hesitation, the green-armored crocodile nodded its head. That was a good choice. It could either believe in Su Zimo, or it could die right away. Hugging Night Spirit, Su Zimo slid down the green-armored crocodile's throat into its stomach. At the same time, he crushed the protective talisman given to him by Leng Ro. A barrier of light surrounded Su Zimo. Even though it was slightly smelly in the green-armored crocodile's stomach, it was a place undisturbed by anyone. It was the perfect hiding ground for him to calm down and recuperate in peace. If Su Zimo were to hug Night Spirit and continue flowing down Jishui River, he would have no time to recuperate. This arrangement was killing two birds with one stone. Su Zimo intended to stay in the green-armored crocodile's stomach for the time being. After he and Night Spirit's injuries were healed, he would leave and return to shore. Shaking its head and tail, the green-armored crocodile disappeared from where it was, swimming down the river. 3 days later. A large number of blood-eyed crows circled above Jishui River, densely packed and covering the skies. Peng Fei and the other cultivators who had participated in the Dongling Valley battle stood by the shore. They looked at the surging river with a terrible expression, remaining silent. Before they set off, they had 10 golden cores. Now, they were only left with 6. Peng Fei's face was slightly pale. He seemed to be seriously injured and had rushed over before he could recover. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators had decreased by half as well. Caw, caw. Before long, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from the distant horizon. All the blood-eyed crows paused for a moment and split into 2 sides in the skies, as though they were welcoming a powerful existence. Before long, a gigantic, pitch-black blood crow king sped over. On its back was a middle-aged man dressed in blood-colored robes. Hands behind his back, his face was thin and his eyes were gloomy. Greetings, Palace Lord. The masses of Blood Crow Palace knelt on the ground hurriedly, lowering their heads and shivering from head to toe. None of them dared to make eye contact with the Palace Lord. Gritting his teeth, Peng Fei bolstered his courage and said, "Palace Lord, what happened was..." Peng Fei recounted everything that had happened in Dongling Valley. In reality, none of them saw how Yu Fei died. That was also the most confusing part of the entire situation. If Yu Fei did not die, the young master would not have died as well with the protection of a golden core spirit demon. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.